Angels and the Braves about to get going from Turner Field. Let's get it out to the guys calling the game today. It's Justin Kutcher and Eric Karros. Fellas, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kevin. Here we are in Atlanta getting set for this interleague matchup between the Angels and the Braves. And these two teams are at or near the top of their respective divisions. The Angels trail Oakland by 3.5 in the AL West, while the Braves are tied with the Nationals atop the NL East. And hello, everybody. Justin Kutcher alongside Eric Karros. And Eric, if you look at this Angels roster and you look at their lineup, there are some of the best players to play the game over the last 10 to 15 years.
You know, with the All-Star game just a month away, it got me thinking, and looking at the middle of this Angels lineup, there are 16 All-Star appearances there. Josh Hamilton, 5. Albert Pujols has 9. Mike Trout, he's got 2. And if that's not enough, there's some MVP hardware there, too. Pujols 3, Hamilton 1, and Trout finishing a close second the last 2 years. Star power, the Angels have it.
As far as star power is concerned for Atlanta, they lost some stars from last year. Brian McCann is gone. Tim Hudson is gone. Yet they signed Freddie Freeman to a big contract in the offseason. And then they have their catcher, Evan Gattis, who's replacing Brian McCann. He's putting up some big numbers.
Well, he really is. And he's got a 13-game hitting streak right now. And during that, he's got 6 home runs. If you look at what he's done as far as catchers in Major League Baseball, he leads them all in home runs. And we're talking about All-Star game, he may be there as well.
Speaking of home runs, he hit one last night, a 3-run shot for the Braves as they won the game 4-3. But tonight, the Stars will be out in hopes of maybe playing in that All-Star game in Minnesota in July. It's the Angels and the Braves on Baseball Night in America, and it's coming up next right here on Fox. A beautiful night for baseball, and time now for the starting lineups brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. For the Angels, Cole Calhoun will lead things off and play right field. Mike Trout will bat second and play center. At first base, batting third is Albert Pujols. Josh Hamilton will clean things up and play left field. Howie Kendrick, the second baseman, will bat fifth. Eric Ibar at short, bat sixth. The third baseman, David Freese, will bat 7th. Chris Inetta, the catcher, bats 8th. And Garrett Richards, who will do the pitching, will bat 9th. And they will face the right-hander, Gavin Floyd. On the season has made 7 starts, 1 and 2 with a 2.57 ERA, 35 strikeouts compared to 12 walks. And what are we looking for from Floyd here today?
Well, you're going to see a fastball. You're going to see the slider. Those are his 2 main pitches. He's coming off a pretty darn good outing against the Colorado Rockies. And I'll tell you what, he's only allowed more than 3 runs in 1 of his starts this year.
Cole Calhoun will lead things off here against Floyd. And the first pitch is in there with a fastball for strike 1. Calhoun on the season, 256, 4 home runs and 9 RBIs. The 0-1 from Floyd misses down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Calhoun had a sprained ankle he suffered back on April 15th. Ended up missing 31 games. One popped up in a shallow left center field. Coming in is Justin Upton to make the catch for the first out. And the defense for the Braves, we just saw Justin Upton out there in left field make the play. His brother BJ plays center, and right field is Jason Hayward. Around the horn in the infield, Freddie Freeman at first base, Tommy Lastea at second, Andrelton Simmons at short, Chris Johnson at third, and Evan Gattis behind the plate. On away now for Mike Trout. 294, 12 home runs, 45 RBIs. And he's off to, I guess some people would say, a slow start.
Well, he set such a precedent for himself with the types of years he's had in the past. And, you know, there's some people that are talking about, well, he struck out a number of times and he hasn't done this, he hasn't done that. But, again, amongst the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous offensive player in the game.
Lone outside, 1 ball and 1 strike here to Trout. It's amazing how good his first 2 years in the big leagues have been, because you speak to a lot of guys who have been around the game for a long time, and they'll say he's the best player they've ever seen. As he rips one to short, Simmons able to handle it. 2 away. Two away here. The acting manager for tonight's game for the Angels is Dino Ebel, the normal bench coach. He is the manager tonight, as Mike Scioscia has flown back to Arizona to attend the funeral of his former teammate Bob Welch, who died earlier this week. Two away now for Albert Pujols. Pujols has been struggling of late. His season numbers look all right. 249, 15 home runs and 37 RBIs. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
Had a 2 RBI single late in the game last night. Base hit to right. Pulled the Angels within a run. 4-3. And we just showed you those numbers right there. That he's really struggled, though, since the beginning of May. Hitting under 200. Power hasn't been there. But speaking with Dino Ebel, he seemed to think it was more mental than anything. Physically, he still looks good. He's got the bat speed. He's got, but you know, Albert again. He's gone through stretches where he fights himself, and he expects a lot.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You just saw the numbers that Pujols has put up in his career against Gavin Floyd. So if there's a time to break out of a slump after that 2-run single last night, maybe it's facing a guy like Gavin Floyd. 2-2, bounce to shortstop. Simmons will take his time. A 1-2-3 inning work by Gavin Floyd here in the top half of the first. But Freddie Freeman, the 3-hole hitter, he's due up 3 in the bottom half of the first. No score here in Atlanta. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live mosh for the Atlanta Braves. Jason Hayward leads things off. B.J. Upton bats second. And in 3-hole is Freddie Freeman. Justin Upton will bat cleanup. Evan Gattis bats fifth. Batting sixth is Chris Johnson. The bottom third of the order, Tommy La Stella, Andrelton Simmons, and Gavin Floyd to face the right-hander Garrett Richards, who is a hard thrower, 6-2, putting up great numbers, a 3.09 ERA, 77 strikeouts compared to 27 walks, and look at what opponents are batting against him.
Yeah, not a lot of fun when you get in the box against him. He's got probably as good a stuff as anybody on this Angels staff. Just tough to get the barrel of the bat on the ball.
First pitch, ground ball to shortstop. There's Ibar playing a difficult hop. Did Pujols keep the foot on the bag? He did, says Angel Campos, the first base umpire.
Well, Ibar does a nice job. This thing has some top spin on it. It almost takes off faster after it hits the dirt. Ibar does a good job of getting over there. Albert's still showing that stretching ability. Keeps that right foot on the bag.
One pitch, one out here for Richards, and B.J. Upton steps to the plate. First pitch fastball at 97, taken first strike. Upton's struggles have continued this year. 206 with 6 home runs and 19 RBIs. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. What do you make of Justin Upton? Signed that big contract prior to last year. Struggled last year. Comes back this year, hitting 206. How do you snap out of it?
Well, you snap out. You just keep working and you just keep grinding. And B.J. Upton he's struggled out in the field as well, up at the plate. He's tried a number of different things. And the only way to come out of it is to get base hits. I mean, there's no secret, well, I'm going to go in the cage, or, oh, I'm going to do this, do that. You've got to get base hits, because then that breeds confidence, and then, okay, I feel better about myself.
Fouls that one back, stays alive at 2-2.
I mean, there was nothing worse as a hitter that when I know when I was struggling, somebody coming up, oh, you hit the ball hard, oh, they'll fall for you. I don't want to hear any of that. There's nothing that is going to remedy the situation besides base hits.
Another 2-2, ground ball up the middle, and there is a base hit for B.J. Upton. He gets an ovation by this crowd here at Turner Field. The defense behind Richards in the outfield from left to right. Josh Hamilton, Mike Trout, and Cole Calhoun around the horn. The infield at first base is Pujols, second base Kendrick, shortstop Ibar, Freeze at third, and behind the plate is Chris Iannetta. A one-out single for B.J. Upton brings up Freddie Freeman. Freeman 273, 11 home runs and 35 RBIs, but he's 0 for his last 11. First pitch swinging, hooks it foul.
0 for his last 11. His last hit was a home run at Coors Field. You know, and that's something that Garrett Richards out on the mound, only giving up 2 home runs this year. Opponents are slugging under 300. They're at a 274 clip. You just don't drive the ball off of this guy.
0-1 good pitch, no balls and 2 strikes. Freeman did not like the call by home plate umpire Brian Dorman.
That's a breaking ball. If you're hitting, you don't want that, especially when it puts you in an 0-2 count.
Goes back to it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, and you see that's a pretty big breaker. It's sharp. You couple that with a 97, 98 mile an hour moving fastball. You're just not eager to run up into the box and take your hacks off of Richards.
A check on Upton at first base. Upton is 10 for 12 in stolen bases on the season. The 1-2 to Freeman. Fouled back. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You know, Upton obviously has the speed and the ability to run
The issue with this ball club, though, the Braves, is there's so many swing and miss guys in this lineup that, you know, Freddie Gonzalez, his hands as manager really are tied. Basically, you just got to sit back and wait for something to happen.
Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Tough to try to hit and run or to put guys in motion, but this is what the offense was like last year as well. They ended up winning 96 games.
The 2-2 from Richards. Fouled away down a left field line. I don't know if Freddie Gonzalez has gotten enough credit for what he did with that team last year. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, what he has done with his team. But if you look up and down this lineup and you see some of the batting averages, especially last year, you kind of go, wait, they won how many games?
Yeah, I think a real credit to Roger McDowell, the pitching coach. I mean, he's done a wonderful job with his staff.
Good pitch, handcuffs Freeman, and the first strikeout for Garrett Richards.
Now you watch this pitch to a left-handed hitter. It just darts out of the zone. It's not a strike, but Freddie thinks he can get to it. That's unhittable. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Boom, it darts out of the zone. I can't get it.
2 outs now for Justin Upton. Justin's put up pretty good numbers, 289, 14 home runs, and 36 RBIs. He's got his brother BJ on at first base, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. Garrett Richards spends a ton of time with Jared Weaver. Out in the outfield during BP, they shag fly balls together, talk. And I tell you what, just watching him on the mound, it looks like he's incorporated some of Weaver's motion in there.
Well, he's aggressive. There's no question about that. He comes right after the hitters. You know, he throws harder than Weaver, obviously, but he's got a little of that sidewinder stuff. Doesn't have the hair Weave has, that's for sure.
The 0-2. Pulled to shortstop. Ibar will go to second for the easy out, and that'll do it. No runs on a hit, 1 man left on. We're through 1 here in Atlanta. No score, Angels and Braves. Taco Bell, sometimes you gotta live Moss.
Here at Turner Field in Atlanta, no score, top of the second, Angels and Braves. It'll be 4, 5, 6 in the order for the Angels. Josh Hamilton, Howie Kendrick, Eric Ibar to face Gavin Floyd. Hamilton 364, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. And the first pitch fastball missed low and outside for ball 1. Look at those numbers against Floyd. And their first strike, 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's been swinging it well this year. Josh has obviously had a stint on the DL. Had that torn ligament in his thumb.
Good breaking ball, had Hamilton out in front. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hamilton missed 48 games after having the surgery to repair that ligament. Now the 1-2. Could he hold up? He could not. First strikeout for Gavin Floyd.
Well, a lot of times it appears like Josh Hamilton makes up his mind prior to the pitch that he's going to swing. And you see something like that, you think maybe this was a pitch that he was going to do that. But he has the ability to hit pitches that are out of the zone and drive them out of the park. And that's just what you get with him up at the plate. He's going to swing at some pitches that are way out, but he's also going to connect on a few.
Kendrick, first pitch swinging to Lestella at second base. 2 away. In tonight's game, we are participating in the Home Run Challenge. Tonight, every home run in this game raises $14,000 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by going online to homerunchallenge.org. Of course, this being Father's Day weekend, happy early Father's Day to all of you out there. Happy early Father's Day to you, EK.
Thank you very much.
Big day planned tomorrow.
Little League Baseball, brother.
Nothing better. Eric Ibar, 279, 4 home runs and 35 RBIs. Squares around the bunt, pulls it back and takes the pitch outside for a ball. Early Father's Day present. Bring the kids out to the ballpark on a Saturday night. Ibar pops one foul into the seats down the left field line. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, Floyd's been attacking the zone. He's not messing around at all, going right after the hitters, working fast, working ahead. Again, his last outing was at Coors Field, which is just death if you're a pitcher having to throw there. He just walked right through that Rockies lineup up there.
And that game went 6 2/3, 3 hits, a run, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts.
I mean, what that should say, instead of saying defeated Rockies, should say had to pitch at Coors Field.
A 2-1 to Ibar. Ground ball to second. Let's stay there again. Back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings by Gavin Floyd. That one took just 9 pitches. We're through an inning and a half. No score. Angels and Braves.
Scoreless game. Angels and Braves. Justin Kutcher alongside Eric Karros here in Atlanta. Evan Gattis will lead things off here against Garrett Richards. Gattis had the home run last night, 284, 14 home runs and 34 RBIs. First pitch slider, he couldn't hang up on that one. No balls and 1 strike. Goes right back to it, 1-1. This was last night. First inning on a 3-0 pitch. He got the green light. He didn't miss it.
No, he didn't. And, you know, everybody in the ballpark knew that he had the green light, that he was going to be swinging. You know, and it looked like C.J. Wilson just threw it right down the middle, but he had made a comment. He goes, look, I wasn't trying to go there. I was trying to go outside. See the big swing right there. And if you look back at that setup, they're set up low and away, and CJ just missed his spot. He knew Gattis was swinging as well.
Gattis rolls one over to short, tough play, low throw, and Pujols can't scoop it up. Let's see what this one will be ruled. It's going to be an infield single for Gattis.
See Ibar coming in, and he just throws this thing. And see where it hits? It hits right around where the grass and dirt come together. So you don't get that true hop off the grass or anything off the dirt. You get that in between, which is kind of like good luck over there, Albert. Instead of coming up, that thing just stayed down on the ground. Very difficult for a first baseman to keep that in front of him.
And with that hit, it's now a 14-game hitting streak for Gattis as Chris Johnson steps in. First pitch fastball misses inside for ball 1.
And remember last night after Gattis hit the 3-run home run on the 3-0 pitch, Johnson follows up with a home run to left center. It was all the scoring the Braves needed to hold on to a 4-3 win last night.
1 ball and 1 strike now to Chris Johnson. I think a lot of people forget, I'm included, that Chris Johnson was part of that Justin Upton trade. He came over with Upton from the Diamondbacks, and he's been very, very productive for Atlanta.
Well, he was right in the thick of that batting race last year in the National League.
Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The Braves, they rewarded him this offseason with a multi-year deal. I mean, he hasn't had the type of season that he did last year. Hitting at a 271 clip, but really the on-base percentage under 290.
The 1-2 from Richards. Good pitch. Johnson can't hold up, and his second strikeout. Tonight's game on Fox is sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company. This is where a new conversation begins. One away here in the second. After the second strikeout for Richards, he struck out Freeman in the first. And now Tommy STELLA steps to the plate. Outside for ball 1. STELLA 367 average, 18 for 49 on the year. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Hit the other way, caught at shortstop by Ibar, and 2 away. The keys to the game brought to you by the Lincoln Motor Company. What are we looking for here tonight?
Well, I'm going to wait till they put it up, and there it is. Pujols' production. He just has not been able to hit with runners in scoring position, hitting at a 150 clip this year. You know he's going to get better. The Braves outfield just needs to be clean. What I mean by that is, although you look at them, they're very athletic, but B.J. Upton has had some struggles in center. He dropped the ball last night, led to some Angels runs. You just can't give the other team extra outs.
Andrelton Simmons, one of the best defensive players in baseball. At the plate, takes the first pitch fastball for a strike. Simmons on the year, .259 with 5 home runs and 19 RBIs. And the dirt, 1-1. While the outfield might be a problem, Simmons at shortstop, not really a problem. Gold Glove winner there last year. And you've heard people say he might be the best defensive shortstop in baseball.
Yeah, he very acrobatic, unbelievable arm. You know, I remember a few years ago doing a game in Philadelphia, Braves Phillies. And prior to the game, Freddie Gonzalez is ranting and raving about this shortstop that he has. I've got to see, he's great, he does this, that. And, you know, thinking a manager just hyping his player. He made an unreal play, and during the game, and Freddie's down in the dugout. He steps out of the dugout to look up to the booth, kind of like saying, see, I told you so. And he wasn't lying.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Simmons. Simmons, a line drive, caught by Ibar at shortstop to end the inning. No runs on a hit, a man left on base. We'll speak to Ervin Santana when we come back. Baseball Night in America on Fox. Return to Atlanta after a word from your local Fox station. No score, Angels and Braves. David Freese, Chris Inetta, and Garrett Richards to face Gavin Floyd. And we're joined down in the Braves dugout by one of the starting pitchers for the Braves, Ervin Santana. Ervin, thanks so much for joining us. Here you are, your first year with the Braves. How has it been so far the first couple of months?
It was very good. Everything is very good. I mean, we have a lot of fun, a lot of young talent here.
So far, nobody's throwing seeds at you, so that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
David Freese takes the first pitch for a strike. You're 5-3, a 4.09 ERA, but You spent some time, actually the bulk of your career, on the other side with the Angels. Last year with the Royals and now here in Atlanta. How has it been playing for 3 different teams in 3 different years?
Well, it's been great. I mean, it's been up and downs, you know. I've been up and down with the Angels, and then I went to Kansas and then regrouped myself and then have a good year. So, and then just trying to do the same thing here.
How do you like pitching in the National League and getting an opportunity to swing the bat?
Well, it's a little bit different because you have to face the pitcher. You don't have to face the designated hitter. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
How do you like hitting? Can you hit?
Nah, a little bit. Either strike out or put the ball on play.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to David Freese, hitting .222 with 2 home runs and 15 RBIs on the year. The 1-2 from Floyd is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ervin, take us through that process of what it's like. You know, people don't realize as ball players, you're also people, and you're moving from one city to the next. What is it like when you're changing teams and having to go from one city to another? As Freese goes to right field, Hayward goes back and makes the play for the first time.
Well, it's a long process, you know. It's a lot of moving going on. You know, I just have to be in contact with my agent to find a place to live for the whole season, and just in case you get traded during the season, it's a lot of work.
When you're talking about the moving part, what about the relationship you have with your pitching coaches? And again, you know, it's Roger McDowell this year. You know, last year, 1 year in Kansas City, and then just previously and with the Angels. I mean, it's a different coach every year.
Well, I just try to make it as easy as possible. You know, I just not trying to do too much. I just trying to make it simple. You know, just tell them what I work on it. Just have a game plan with when I throw my bullpens and all that. So they very much simple.
No balls, 1 strike here to Chris Sinetta, batting .254, 5 home runs and 18 RBIs on the year for the Angels. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Again, we are speaking with Ervin Santana, one of the starters for this Atlanta Braves rotation. On the year, 5-3, a 4.09 ERA. Spent 8 years with the Angels. 0-2 misses outside. And 96 wins. One of those wins we're about to show a highlight of. I think you might remember it. I'm going to say that the date, and you tell me if you remember it. July 27, 2011, as that one hits Iannetta, and he'll take first base in the 1-2 pitch. Do you recall that date?
Of course.
Of course.
What a question. I mean, this is one of the days you're not gonna forget.
A no-hitter against the Cleveland Indians. You walked 1. How many did you strike out? Do you know?
Probably 8.
Oh, you undersold yourself. You struck out 10.
Okay.
Just being modest.
Did you have any type of feel? I mean, coming out of the bullpen that day, did you feel like you had better stuff than normal? Did you feel, or
no,
was it just another day?
I was a little late. I was getting to the bullpen a little late, and everybody was looking at me. I mean, like, you late.
Well, how about this? Richards trying to lay down a sacrifice bunt, but it's a 5-4-3 double play. Hey, Ervin, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd. Still no score.
0-0 ball game here as we go to the bottom of the third. Take a look at this double play. Richards here bunting. Now remember, American League pitchers, how often are they bunting? Not very often. Right to the third baseman. Infield rotates around. STELLA over at first base. A nice stretch. Double play. Get out on the mound and pitch now, Mr. Richards.
You don't see it very often, but that goes down as a 5-6-4 double play.
You see, he gets it out in front. But you get into that whole situation again when you're talking about interleague play. American League pitchers just don't have as many at-bats or plate appearances.
First pitch to Gavin Floyd in their first strike. Floyd 0-77 on the year, 1 for 13. Fouled out of play, quickly 0-2.
This is a guy Richards doesn't want to mess around with. Just get his 3 pitches, get out of there, move on to the next.
All right, outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 to Floyd. Got him swinging, strikeout number 3 for Garrett Richards. Now it's time for our Lowe's Never Stop Improving pitcher profile. It's on Garrett Richards. He's put up phenomenal numbers in interleague play. His road numbers this year, 4-1 with a 2.08 ERA. And look what he's done in the month of June, now through 17 1/3 innings.
Well, and remember, this is his first year as a starter. They tried him last year, but had to move him to the pen because they had some weaknesses there. But he's really adapted to the role.
First pitch to Jason Hayward misses outside for ball 1, 1-0. Hayward with the first pitch. Rounded out to short his first time up. Takes the off-speed pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Now Hayward here has got to be sitting on a fastball. Got to gear up early against a guy like Richards. Just look for something in a certain zone.
Doesn't get a fastball. Takes the backdoor breaking ball. First strike, 2-1.
And as a hitter, even if it's a strike, you don't swing at it. You're sitting on a certain pitch. Obviously, he was sitting on a fastball. Richards confident in the off speed.
2-1 down the left field line, slicing out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Jason Hayward.
And that's what makes hitting so difficult. 2-0, you're sitting on a fastball. He throws a breaking ball, gets it over. So now as a hitter, 2-1. Okay, is he going to throw a fastball now? He just got the breaking ball over. You know, and that's obviously going through Hayward's mind. He just fouled off a fastball. He was late.
2-2, slow roll to first base. Pujols, the flip quickly, and Richards can't handle it.
It's always tough when the pitcher receives the ball right around the base because he's trying to catch it and find the base at the same time. Now, Pujols doesn't really have any other opportunity. Does a nice job of getting it there. See, Richards goes to look for the bag before he catches the ball. Granted, you have a guy like Hayward running. Not going to be an easy play at all.
Goes down as an E1 on Richards. So Hayward now on at first base for B.J. Upton, who singled his first time up. And the first pitch fouled back to the screen, 0-1.
Hayward has 9 stolen bases. Again, difficult time though to try to run with Upton. Again, swing and miss so many times. But by the same token, you've got speed. You might as well give it a shot. Get down into scoring position. Mentioned earlier, not a lot of success driving the ball off of Garrett Richards.
Good breaking ball, no balls and 2 strikes. No score, bottom half of the third here in Atlanta at Turner Field. Fastball misses up high, 1-2. Doug DeCenzo goes through the signs. Upton at the plate. Hayward on at first base. One-two fastball paints the outside corner, and Upton goes down looking. Next Saturday, it's a full night of MLB action, beginning with Baseball Night in America on Fox as these Braves take on Jason Worth and the Nationals. Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers battle the Indians, or the Pirates square off against the Cubs. Then these Angels take on Alex Rios and the Rangers over on Fox Sports 1. Our MLB doubleheader begins next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox and continues at 10 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. 2 outs now for Freddie Freeman. Freeman takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
And this is a situation now where you're Hayward at first. You've got to just shut it down. You've got the hole open for the left-handed hitting Freeman. Plus Freeman has the ability to hit something in the gaps. No reason to steal.
And with Hayward's speed, if there is one in the gaps in 2 outs, he should score from
first base. Yeah, you can score. And the thing is, if you do run, you go down to second, so then they pitch around Freeman, don't give him anything really good to hit. And then you've got the righty versus righty matchup and Justin Upton. You know, Justin Upton, 76 strikeouts. Easier to pitch to.
High and outside. 2 balls and a strike here to Freeman, who struck out his first time up.
Yeah, last at bat, Freddie Freeman went out of the zone, chased a pitch down and in. It shows you the amount of movement that Richards has.
There is that fastball in that he swung at the first time to strike out. Laid off this time. Now 3-1.
Yeah, I think Richards wanted that pitch. That was a pretty darn good pitch. Brian Gorman, the home plate umpire, didn't give it to him.
First 3-ball count of the game for Richards.
So here again, you're Freeman. You're looking for a fastball and you're looking for a location.
Doesn't get the fastball, and he takes ball 4. That is the first walk that Richards has issued in the month of June.
Really a nice at bat there by Freddie Freeman. You can tell that he's sitting on a pitch, sitting on a location. This is Hayward did the same thing, and he goes with that off speed pitch in a fastball count. As a hitter, you got to just lay off of it. Can't protect everything.
The first tomahawk chop of the night. First and second, 2 outs for Justin Upton, who grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. Good play by Iannetta. 1 ball and no strikes. I imagine in your heyday coming here to play against the Braves, there was a fair amount of tomahawk chops going on.
It actually it started at 91 was really the year that it started to get going. That's when the Braves first started to turn the corner. We came here, we were in here late September. Boy, this place was just, not this place, it was old Fulton County. It was just going off. It was pretty impressive.
Ground ball right side. Kendrick over to make the play, and that'll do it. No runs on no hits, an error, 2 men left on. We're through 3. It's scoreless.
By Jersey Boys from Warner Brothers Pictures, in theaters June 20th. And by T-Mobile. Stolen bases. A little promotion here during the between innings break. Top of the fourth, no score, Angels and Braves. This was the site of the Olympics back in 1996. Of course, that was when Michael Johnson had his famous run wearing those gold shoes. Cole Calhoun will lead things off here in the fourth. Flew out to left field his first time up. Floyd just missing with the off-speed pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Gavin Floyd has faced the minimum through 3. Did hit a batter, Chris Iannetta, but was retired on that 5-6-4 inning-ending double play. Fastball in the outside corner, 2-1. The 2-1 from Floyd. Inside, now 3 balls and a strike. Calhoun trying to start something here for the Angels.
Well, it'd be real nice for the Angels. Obviously, you've got the Trout, Pujols, Hamilton coming up. You'd like to have a runner on.
3-1 pulled through the hole. There's the first hit of the game for the Angels. A leadoff single for Cole Calhoun. Extraordinary moments happen every night in baseball, but on one night they all happen in one place. Don't miss the 85th All-Star Game, Tuesday, July 15th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox.
There's one of the gentlemen you'll be seeing there, Mike Trout.
Feeling pretty confident about that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he's an all-star of the all-stars. I mean, he's that higher up game.
First pitch, Trout takes it, first strike. Mike Trout signed that extension during spring training as the Angels locked him up for 6 more years. And with Derek Jeter retiring this year, a lot of people think that Mike Trout has become the new face of baseball. That one gets by Evan Gattis. Down to second base goes Calhoun. That should be a wild pitch charge against Gavin Floyd.
Yeah, nothing Evan Gattis could do there. This thing bounced about halfway there. Just squeezed it too much. It just made it past the grass. Evan Gattis doing his best to slide over, but can't save them all.
What do you think? Do you agree that Trout has become the new face of baseball?
I think I think baseball's trying to make him that, and he's embraced it so far. But to walk in the footsteps of a guy like a Derek Jeter, I mean, you know, so perfect on and off the field. I mean, that's asking a lot. I don't think you try to make somebody be like that. It's if they do it, you acknowledge it. But long ways to go for Mike Trout.
1-2 pulled through the hole on the left side. Calhoun being held up at third base. It'll be first and third, nobody out here in the fourth for the Angels. Back-to-back base hits by Calhoun and Trout to open up the fourth.
Well, Mike Trout, such a compact swing. Here we take a look from center field. Lets his ball travel a little bit. Gets it out. It's an outside pitch. Hits it near the end of the bat. See him just reach for it a little bit there, but still hits it hard enough. See him stay back, drives right through the ball. The thing about it, what makes him so remarkable, he's a smaller guy, but when I say small, he's just compact. That's what he is. He's just powerfully built, and he's compact.
First and third for Albert Pujols. Pujols first pitch swing to right field. Going back is Hayward. Reaches for the wall, makes the catch. Tagging up from third is Calhoun. And Trout will go back to first. A sacrifice fly for Pujols, and it's 1-0 Angels.
Atta boy, Cal.
Pujols does a nice job here just getting the runner in. You just can't get too greedy in this situation. Gets the ball up in the zone. He drives it to right field. The only thing that could have been done a bit differently is Mike Trout at first base. It's one or the other. You go halfway, and if he catches it, you go back. But what he does here, this ball goes deep to the wall. So here he comes off, and now he starts to go back. Trust me, he went almost all the way back, but he wasn't on the base where he could tag up. He was literally standing 2 feet away from first base. Well, get on first base. Hayward catches the ball, and he can run fast enough. Hayward's got a cannon, but he could have made it a close play at second.
Instead, there he is on at first base. He takes off. Hamilton swings and fouls it. So back to first base goes Trout. No balls and 1 strike here to Hamilton, who struck out his first time up.
Mike Trout, 6 stolen bases on the year, hasn't been caught as of yet. I think he knows, or he feels like he should have been at second base on that ball that Pujols hit.
A look back at Trout at first base. As you mentioned, just 6 stolen bases so far for Trout, 6 for 6, but that's a number that's come way down from his first year, when everyone looked at this guy as saying he's a 30-30, maybe a potential 40-40 guy, and he's had to reel in the stolen base attempts with guys like Pujols and Hamilton hitting behind him.
Yeah, you just can't go off and run, and as you mentioned, you can pitch around guys, but since you've got 2 guys behind you, in Pujols and Hamilton,
a pitch out there not going, and it's 2-1.
You know, it's you can still run. I mean, let him walk Albert, you know, and then you got to go after Hamilton. If you're not running, then you're taking away a part of your offense. You're not utilizing the talent that you have.
Off speed pitch in there, 2-2 to Hamilton. I agree, and I think back to Ricky Henderson when he played with the Oakland A's. I mean, you had the Bash brothers in that lineup, and he was still stealing bases.
But remember, he was hitting at the top of the lineup, you know, and that's one of the things. Does Trout hit? Should he hit at the top? Should he hit second?
There he goes. The pitch is inside, the throw down, not in time, and he didn't even slide, and everyone's confused. It's a stolen base for Trout. The pitch was inside for 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I'm not sure what Mike Trout thought was going on right there. That just shows you how fast he is. He stole second, he slowed down and stood up. I'm not sure what was going on there. I think maybe he must have thought it was a foul ball.
So now he is on at second base, and it's a full count here to Josh Hamilton. And Hamilton can't lay off the breaking ball. He strikes out for the second time tonight. 2 away here in the 4th.
Now Hamilton just not picking up the breaking ball. This is another one that's completely out of the zone. Not even a strike. He just kind of waves at it. Yeah, and it's almost like I commit. Oh my, I didn't mean to commit.
How often as a hitter do you guess?
Well, you guess quite a bit, but there's certain situations where you guess. Maybe you'll guess 2-0. You're looking. I'm guessing fastball right here, but you know, a 3-2 situation, you like to spread out a little bit, have the idea of just putting the ball in contact. You've got a guy on second base as well.
Howie Kendrick takes the first pitch fastball up high for ball 1.
I had a third base coach that used to tell me that the scoreboard will dictate what you do, whether that's out in the field, whether that's up at the plate. And you know, when I mean the scoreboard, I don't just mean the score, but the count, the outs, the situation, where the runners are.
On the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike to Kendrick.
Kendrick very good at driving the ball the other way. Keeps his hands inside the ball, doesn't swing around it. Likes that right center gap.
1-1, check swing. Did he go? He did not, says first base umpire Angel Campos. Not the numbers the Angels were hoping for so far this year for Kendrick, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Two-one, gets into one to center field. B.J. Upton goes back. He's there for the catch, and that'll do it. But the Angels strike first. A sacrifice fly by Albert Pujols, and they lead 1-0. Albert Pujols with a sacrifice fly to put the Angels on top 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th here in Atlanta. Evan Gattis will lead things off against Garrett Richards. Can't lay off the first pitch slider. No balls and 1 strike to Gattis. Had the infield single his first time up to extend his hitting streak to now 14 games. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's funny, I mentioned Ricky Henderson before, playing with those Oakland A's. You look at Gattis as a big guy, he kind of gets low like Ricky did.
Yeah, he does. Got a stance, bent over. He just got a quick bat.
The Game Changer profile brought to you by T-Mobile, official sponsor of Game Changers. Evan Gattis during that 14-game hitting streak. Look at those numbers: 404, 6 home runs. His 14 home runs leads all of Major League Baseball catchers, and he is enjoying this month of June. 1-2, slow breaking ball called, strike 3, and Gattis goes down looking. Strikeout number 5 for Garrett Richards.
And this is what makes hitting so difficult. I mean, Garrett Richards has been hard, slider, fastball, and then he throws you that curveball. You know, as a hitter, you see it, but you're already committed, and all you're thinking of there's, please, Brian Gorman behind the plate, don't call that a strike. Don't call that a strike 3. Oh, man.
Chris Johnson, he struck out his first time up. That was the first pitch back, 0-1. Trying for that slow breaking ball again, misses inside and high for 1 ball and 1 strike. Another going through the signs, the 1-1. Foul towards the dugout of the Braves. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Another breaking ball right there that didn't break. Just kind of backed up on Johnson's hands and tried to fight that thing off.
The 1-2. Fastball got him swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts for Richards. Time for a game break. Let's go to L.A. and Kevin Burkhardt. Wow. How often do you see that?
Well, you don't see it very often, and all I can say is doing this telecast, I know we got a director friend down in the truck right now. Hope he's still with us after seeing those 2 losses. Giants had a tough one last night as well. You know, there was something that you know, I was reading the other day about the Giants, and you know, basically they've got the National League West wrapped up, and mathematically this, mathematically that, and historically this, historically that. But I was talking to Jim Lynch, who's directing our show today. You know, that's the great thing about baseball, though, is a team can go on a 7-game winning streak or 7-game losing streak, and you know, things can get all turned upside down.
A 2-1 to Tommy STELLA.
I mean, I think just going with these Angels, a few weeks ago everybody was talking about how the A's are going to run away with the American League West, and no, they're 5, 6, 7 games up, and they look dominant. Well, the Angels just took 2 out of 3. They closed the gap to 2.5 games, and now it's opened up a little bit, but there'll be a lot of races. The Braves and the Nationals tied. I mean, you look at that AL West right now, 3 games back in the loss column. Seattle knocking on the door. And there are a lot of races going on.
How about the AL Central? I mean, it looked like the Tigers going to run away with it, and all of a sudden they go on a losing streak, and the team's 3.5 games separates first place from last place in the AL Central. Celebrate the new season with Chevrolet. Share your excitement using #TheNew.
There it is, the new. You know, we're talking about standings. How about this? You know, the Braves. The Braves and Nationals tied. Marlins just a game back in the loss column. I mean, as a baseball fan, you got to just love all this. There's so many teams still involved.
Angleton, Simmons going the other way, slicing towards the line, foul. What this also does, with all these teams still involved, it changes the entire, you know, trade deadline spectrum of who gets dealt and who doesn't. The one, you know, name that was being thrown out there was James Shields from Kansas City. Well, now they're back in the race in the American League Central, so he probably won't get dealt.
Here's General Manager Frank Renna, the Atlanta Braves. Done a great job here. 96 wins last year, the architect of this ball club. I think right now it is safe to say that the only guy that I would be comfortable thinking is going to be on the block is David Price of Tampa Bay. You know, you got the guys in the Chicago guys, but you know, I don't think they were ever involved in any type of postseason banter, even in spring training. So you knew they were going to be on the market. It'll be interesting to see what clubs do.
1 ball and 1 strike here to Simmons. 2 outs in the 4th. Big swing and a miss. 1-2. We've seen a lot more breaking balls thrown here by Richards in the 4th inning than we saw in the first 3 combined almost.
I'm just absolutely surprised at how many breaking balls he's thrown the entire game. I mean, when you're throwing 96, 97 with movement, that's usually what you tend to stay with.
1-2, breaking ball, pulled, Ibar to second for the out. What a play! Eric Ibar takes a base hit away from Andrelton Simmons for the second time tonight. And that could be the one here tonight on Fox Sports Live. What a play there by Eric Ibar. Combined for a beautiful play, and there's a reason for it. They've been together for a long time. Think about this. They were the double play combination in AA and AAA. They made their major league debut about a month apart from each other. They have played second base and shortstop for 623 games together. That is second most among active combinations. The only one that surpasses them is the tandem in Philadelphia of Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley. First pitch swinging is Eric Ibar. So what's that old adage? You make that great play, you lead off the next inning, and bam, you get the base hit.
This was an unreal play. I mean, Andrelton Simmons has hit 2 balls to Ibar, completely outstretched, knows that all he's got is a play at second base, able to get the ball. Kendrick there, and it's STELLA easily. Yeah, I would have never thought that the Ibar-Kendrick combination was the second longest.
Me neither.
Tenured Brew. I never.
David Freese steps to the plate. A check on Ibar at first base. Ibar 4 for 8 on the year in stolen bases. Freese flew out to right field his first time up. Acquired in the offseason, traded from St. Louis here to LA. Part of that Peter Borges deal. Again, a look back to first base.
I remember Dino Ebel tonight, the Angels bench coach at the helm. You can put on the steal, you can hit and run, you can do a lot of things here. Or you can sit back and watch. Dino, an excellent baseball man.
There goes the runner. Gattis' throwdown is high, and a stolen base for Ibar. His 5th of the season.
Ibar gets a pretty good jump. See him going in head first to the outer part of the bag. You know, this is why you go in head first. You could avoid a tag by pulling your hand back, your shoulder. Easily beats that. Freese's job now to get Ibar over to third. Hit behind the runner, hit to the right side.
A chopper to third base. Johnson, the bare hand, high throw. There's Freeman able to stretch out and make the play.
Freeman does a nice job by hanging on to the base. What I mean by that is he doesn't leave his feet. He uses the base to give himself some elevation. Johnson, a nice job coming in on the bare hand. Ibar reading it, getting it over to third. But watch Freeman. He gets to the up on the bag, keeps his toe on it. It's a nice job right there.
6'5" with the base helping out, maybe 6'7".
6'8" with the hair. That's a nice job by Freddie.
Infield in now, and the first pitch to Inetta's taken for a strike. 1-0 Angels lead, top of the 5th inning. Threatening here again. Iannetta was hit by a pitch his first time up on a 1-2 pitch. Behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
This is as a hitter, you got the infield in, you've got a runner at third. Spread out. Spread your feet. Just use your hands here. All you're trying to do is make contact. And you can't get greedy. Not thinking about driving a ball somewhere.
Takes the breaking ball outside. 1-2.
And there is something to adjustments made during the at bat to what the count is. Again, going back to the scoreboard. How many outs? What's the situation? You got the infield in.
1-2 popped up. Going back is Stella on the outfield grass. Makes the catch, and back to third base goes Ibar. The MLB Fan Cave is back. Some of baseball's biggest stars are scheduled to visit and appear in Fan Cave videos. Check out all the latest cave happenings at MLBFanCave.com. Follow at MLB Fan Cave on Twitter and like the MLB Fan Cave on Facebook. 2 away now in the 5th, and that brings up the pitcher Garrett Richards. So a big out by Gavin Floyd to get Chris Iannetta to pop out to second. And Richards takes the first pitch fastball for a strike. Fastball outside, check swing. He did not go, says Angel Campos. Big swing by Richards. 1-2.
Well, Richards looks athletic enough. He's swinging the bat. He's not getting cheated right there. Good load and.
They always said the pitchers were oftentimes the best athletes in high school. I don't know why.
Whoever said that was wrong.
Richards to right field. Hayward going back, able to make the catch to end the inning. So Floyd gets out of the jam, gives up the leadoff single, but nothing else. We head to the bottom half of the 5th. It's 1-0 LA. reminding you that whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. We go to the bottom of the 5th here at Turner Field in Atlanta. Gavin Floyd will lead off against Garrett Richards. A 1-0 lead for the Angels. Here in Atlanta, you never know who's going to show up for a game.
That's a true meaning of a horse head.
Wow.
Right. That just gets you in trouble if I don't know it. That's a nice horse head.
Gavin Floyd to face Garrett Richards, and that again goes back to that play that ended the 4th inning by Eric Ibar. Not only did it end the inning, get the force out at second, but you make sure that Gavin Floyd is leading off to start this inning. Justin Kutcher alongside Eric Karros. Floyd struck out his first time up, one of 6 strikeout victims in the game for Garrett Richards. First pitch in their first strike, 0-1. Outside with a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, Braves have had runners on base every inning. It hasn't been easy for Richards. Hasn't allowed a run, but he's had to labor.
Hard hit ball past Pujols at first base. Calhoun will pick it up, stopping at first as Floyd with a leadoff single.
Pitch up and down the middle of the plate. Floyd just laid on it, but gets a barrel on it and just rifles this thing past Pujols. Not a thing Albert could do, except probably mumble to himself with the, "You gotta be kidding."
So leadoff man is on for Jason Hayward, who reached on the error by Richards his last time up. First pitch fastball misses low and inside for ball 1.
See Pujols playing in front of the runner. I'd probably be playing behind, give myself some more range with big left-hander up at the plate.
Breaking ball in their first strike.
I mean, I guess theoretically he could drop down and bunt, but I'm not thinking Hayward really thinking bunt in this situation.
Goes back to the breaking ball in their first strike, 1-2.
So now again, if I'm Pujols, I got to be moving back, especially now. There's no way he bunts. No reason to play in front of the runner.
Another breaking ball, and Hayward had the knees buckle. 7th strikeout for Richards. Tuesday, July 15th. Baseball's best gather in Minnesota as the captain, Derek Jeter, takes the field in his last All-Star game ever in what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star game at 7:30 on Fox. One out now for B.J. Upton. And a swing and a miss. You know, it'll be pretty hard to top the emotional farewell of last year's All-Star game with Mariano Rivera coming out, and he came out on the mound and everybody else stayed off the field. That was really cool.
Yeah, obviously you're going to have the festivities for Jeter this year. I mean, for me, still as a fan of baseball, the most emotional or the impressive one I've ever seen was Ted Williams at Fenway Park. That, for me, I will always remember that one, watching that.
The '99 All-Star game when he came out.
All the hitters came out and around him. McGuire was there, Tony Gwynn.
Nomar
was there. That was something.
And then Pedro comes out and strikes out what, the first 4 guys? First 5 guys?
Pedro was an all right pitcher. He was okay.
1-2 misses up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes to B.J. Upton. Was he the best pitcher you faced?
Pedro?
Yeah.
No. Pedro, I did well off him. The most intimidating guy was Randy Johnson.
Right.
That's just 6'10", 98 miles an hour. That's not a lot of fun. But Pedro, that's first ballot Hall of Famer.
9 outside now, 3-2 to B.J. Upton. Freddie Freeman on deck. 1-0. Angels lead the Braves here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. A leadoff single by Gavin Floyd. Hayward struck out looking. And the pitch is up high for ball 4. Three pitches now for Garrett Richards, and Iannetta will go out to speak to him. As you said, it hasn't been easy for Richards.
No, I mean it's runners on every inning, and that's his 3rd walk of the ball game after going 2 games where he hadn't walked a hitter.
Freeman walked his last time up. The Braves have left 5 men on base through the first 4 innings. They've got 2 on here in the 5th. The first pitch is down low for ball 1. Good company there for Freddie Freeman. Fouls it off. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, he's keeping the ball down in the zone of Freeman. He hasn't tried to go upstairs. Looking for a ground ball.
Freeman 0 for his last 12. Struck out his first time up, walked his last time up. Fastball is outside, now 2-1. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
I mean, you can take a look at the Fox tracks. And what this does is shows where the pitches are, and it shows fastballs or off speed, changeups. And one thing that's been consistent, they've all been low.
Big spot right here for Freddie Freeman. 3 balls, 1 strike, runners on first and second. And he swings and misses at 95, still down low.
It's another pitch down in the zone, and I'm not so sure that he's even thrown a strike yet to Freddie Freeman. Yeah, Iannetta wants this one down. I mean, that thing, again, when you're ahead in the count 3-1, you want to swing at something better than that. But here we go. My guess is he's going to go down low.
3-2, foul back.
And with the breaking ball. Remember, he got Freddie Freeman swinging his first time up on a fastball, moving fastball, low and in, out of the zone. We'll see if he can use Freddie's aggressiveness against him as a hitter right now. Freddie, I'm sure, is thinking, I want to drive that run in.
It is the pitcher, Gavin Floyd, on at second. The 3-2. Now back again. Pitches already here for Garrett Richards, with 1 out in the 5th and battling against Freddie Freeman.
I think if I'm Richards right now, I've got to go in off the plate. And Freeman's been aggressive.
Another 3-2.
Gets him swinging, chasing the breaking ball outside. A big strikeout for Richards. It's 8th strikeout of the game.
It's ironic. Look where Ionetta's set up. He's looking for something down, and this pitch is that backup breaking ball out over the plate, even off of the plate. And you look at Fox Tracks, look at that. There is not one pitch that's in the strike zone. Not one. That's great. I love this Fox Tracks. It shows you what type of pitch it is, where it is in the zone. Well, Freddie being aggressive, he's been solid with runners in scoring position. He wants to drive that run in. Richards gets him to expand the zone.
The Braves now 1 for 8 in the series with runners in scoring position. Justin Upton, first pitch swinging, bounces one foul. Freddie Freeman now 0 for his last 13. Hoping his teammate Justin Upton can pick him up. Upton with 2 groundouts, 1 to short, 1 to second. One nothing, bottom half of the 5th inning. Angels over the Braves. The Braves won last night 4-3. Fastball is up high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, this is tough. Richards has been, it's effectively wild. It's awfully tough for a hitter because he's not around the zone. Then he'll throw something on the corner of the plate. Then the next couple are out of the zone. It just is. It's difficult for a hitter to try and zone in on a guy like this.
Foul back, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So now Garrett Richards, who has labored through this 5th inning, is 1 pitch away from getting out of it unscathed. '25th pitch of the inning coming up for Garrett Richards.
Well, I don't know if I'd say unscathed because he definitely took some body blows here in just in the pitch count. I mean, you know, Dino Ebo, the manager tonight for the Angels, is going to have a decision to make. Do I run him out there again? Do I go to the bullpen?
1-2 breaking ball is fouled off the instep of Justin Upton. There is the acting manager for tonight for the Angels.
I think he manages someday in the big leagues. He's done a great job. He's been the 3rd base coach for the Angels for many years. Now he's at the bench coach. And you know, you look at guys that have been on Mike Scioscia's staff, Bud Black, Joe Madden, or Ron Renicky, all have gone on to have successful managerial careers in other organizations. Here's Coach Ebel.
He was excited for this opportunity. 3rd time he's been the acting manager this year. Another 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Garrett Richards strikes out the side around a leadoff single and a walk. Mike Trout is due up second for the Angels in the 6th as they lead 1-0 over the Braves.
sponsored by Bear Back and Body, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball, and by Burger King. Right now, try the new extra long barbecue cheeseburger. We go to the 6th here in Atlanta. A beautiful night for baseball as the Angels lead the Braves 1-0. It's going to the top of the order. Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, Albert Pujols to face Gavin Floyd. Floyd was out in the bases for a long time in the last half inning. You wonder how that might impact his performance here in the 6th. Led off that inning with a single and was out there for what, 27, 28 pitches.
Yeah, the only thing he's got going for him is it's nice weather here. It's not the humid Atlanta that we've been accustomed to. He hasn't thrown a lot of, well, that's making my hair fuzz a little bit. Can't always help that though. But he you know, again, he hasn't had to work real hard tonight. He's been pretty well pitch efficient.
You see that, just 61 pitches through 5 innings for Floyd. Calhoun singled and scored the only run his last time up. First pitch fastball is low and outside for ball 1. Gavin Floyd at one time was one of the top prospects for the Philadelphia Phillies. Coming off Tommy John surgery last year. Calhoun pops one up. Chris Johnson backing up. He'll make the play at third for the first out. Well, Mike Trout may be becoming the face of Major League Baseball. In this game, Trout 1 for 2. Singled, stole a base his last time up. First pitch fastball is in there for a strike. He's a guy who, when you watch him take BP and you listen to the sound of the ball coming off the bat, it's a different sound for him. The 0-1. There's that different sound to left field. Forget about it. 13th home run of the year for Mike Trout. That short, compact swing holds a lot of power.
Well, interesting in that he took the first fastball right down the middle. Like, yeah, maybe I'm sitting on an off speed. You know, it's almost like he set up Floyd. Next pitch down in the zone, and Trout made that good sound you were talking about.
First pitch to Pujols.
That's off speed right there. Not so sure that was a fastball. Thing just came over the inside part of the plate.
Now Pujols to left center field. B.J. Upton going back. He looks up. Back-to-back home runs by Trout and Pujols. The 16th of the year for Albert Pujols.
Well, we said it at the top of the show. This team has star power. Some of the greatest players to play in the last 15 years. You got Pujols, Hamilton, Trout. Dino Evo telling us before the game as we watch Albert Pujols get that pitch right down the middle, get the extension, that, you know, physically he looks great. Still tremendous bat speed, driving the ball out of right center. Just that he just needs to feel good about himself, get some base hits, drive the ball again. That thing was crushed.
3-0. Angels now lead, and Josh Hamilton at the plate. Hamilton a big swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hamilton rolls one over to second. STELLA 2 away here in the 6th.
You take a look at the Mike Trout home run, and he gets extension. Now remember, extension happens after contact. You see right here, the elbow is bent right there when he is making contact on that ball. Absolutely crushes it, follows through. That's where you're strongest. And Albert, look at this, boys and girls at home. What do we got? We've got that bent elbow. That's where you maximize your power. Not to say that you can't hit it out when you've got fully extended, but to get the max out of your swing, you want that back elbow bent. That was illustrated great by both of those hitters, two of the best hitters in the game.
And I think you bring up a great point, because a lot of times people hear extension and you think it's you're out, you're stretched out.
Both arms are straight.
Right.
Yeah, that happens after contact. And that's not to say you can't hit a ball fully extended, but you can hit a ball harder and farther when that back elbow is bent and tucked. And you can do this at home. Just stick both your hands out, put them together, and stick them straight out. Have somebody try to move them. Move them all day long. Bend those elbows. Keep those hands closer to you. Have somebody try to move those hands. They ain't moving them. Try it at home, people, at your own peril.
1 ball and 2 strikes here to Kendrick. Pops one up first base side. Freeman going over by the wall, and he will run out of room. Mike Trout with his 13th home run. Albert Pujols with his 16th home run. Back-to-back jacks by the Angels. One-two breaking ball gets Kendrick, looking to end the inning. But the All-Stars came out for the Angels here in this inning. First, Mike Trout got the off-speed pitch. And then it's Pujols. 3-0 Angels on top of the Braves through 5.5. Thanks so much, Kevin. Bottom half of the 6th, Evan Gattis will lead things off here against Garrett Richards, who had to labor through that 5th inning. First pitch breaking ball is fouled away by Gattis. It's amazing, though, how quickly things can turn. Here were the Braves in the 5th. They were threatening against Garrett Richards. Richards had to throw all those pitches, got out of the inning, striking out the side. And then next half inning, bam, those two guys go back to back. Gattis in the air to right field. Cole Calhoun lost it, now found it. And there's one away. Time now for a game summary by Moto G from Motorola. Garrett Richards has gone through 5 1/3. His 9 strikeouts ties a career high. The back-to-back jacks by Trout and Pujols. And how about the Braves? 7 men left on base through the first 5 innings.
You know, and you made a great point, Justin, going into that last half inning with the Angels at the plate. Floyd had been out on base the entire inning. Now, again, it's a nice night, so you know it shouldn't really wear you down, but he could have been sitting the whole time instead of standing around out there.
The fly ball to right. There's Calhoun. Quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th.
Well, and this is what you don't want if you're the Braves. You got 3 pitches, 2 outs. You know, you want to give Floyd a bit of a chance to rest, because now you're coming on I stood out on the bases all inning. Then I went out there and pitched and gave up some home runs. And now I get to come in, sit down, and right when I sit down and get comfortable, it's time to get up again, go back out.
So you're
that's
saying,
not great. That's not real good.
I was going to say, you're saying that Tommy La Stella is going to take the first pitch, maybe take a strike?
Tommy La Stella would probably take a strike, is my guess.
There is that strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Richards has yet to have a 1-2-3 inning. 1-2. Still bringing it, though, at 97 for Garrett Richards.
Well, and that's one of the things that Dino Ebo was telling us prior to the game, that this guy, you can look up in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, and he's throwing 96, 97. Dino Ebo 2-0 as a manager, won 2 games earlier this year against Toronto. Mike Scioscia attending his daughter's graduation.
Again, Mike Scioscia not here tonight to attend the funeral of Bob Welch. Stella up the middle, and Richards still without a 1-2-3 inning. Two outs now for Andrelton Simmons. Simmons at the plate. There is a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle for the Braves. Warming up in the bullpen for Atlanta is Anthony Barbaro. First pitch is up and in to Simmons. Ryan Doman in the on-deck circle. Kevin Jepson is throwing out there in the bullpen for the Angels. 3-0, bottom half of the 6th. Simmons pops one foul out of play into the seats, first base side. Simmons has been robbed of a base hit twice by his shortstop counterpart, Eric Ibar. Freddie Freeman, Justin Upton both had opportunities in the 5th inning to get a run across. Both struck out. Fouled away again, 1-2.
Now, Simmons doesn't get cheated up at the plate. He's going to get his hacks in. There's been some talk about trying to cut down on the swing, that he swings too hard, but when he's hitting the ball out of the ballpark, it's not, oh, he swings too hard. It's just when he's not getting base hits. Man, hitting coach Greg Walker.
1-2 breaking ball and a new career high in strikeouts for Garrett Richards with 10. He gets through 6. Baseball Night in America on Fox will return to Atlanta after a word from your local Fox station. Walked off the mound, getting a lot of high fives from his teammates. A career high in strikeouts with 10. Really had to battle. Not a single 1-2-3 inning, but he gets through 6. And now the first pitch to Eric Ibar misses outside from Gavin Floyd. 1 ball and no strikes. Ibar singled and stole a base his last time up, was stranded at third base though to end that inning. Now low, 2 balls and no strikes. And EK, this is one of the interesting things about National League Baseball. Because Andrelton Simmons made the out to end the 6th, that means that Gavin Floyd stays in as the pitcher. There is a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle as Ibar fouls that one away, and that was Ryan Domit. So if all of a sudden you're going to go with a double switch, not only would the pitcher Floyd come out, but Evan Gattis most likely would have come out.
Well, I think also the situation where you've got Floyd, you run him back out there. He's been pitching well. He wasn't coming out except for one reason, and that was the Braves may have had a scoring opportunity.
Ibar singles through the vacated hole on the right side. A leadoff single for him. But that's the big difference with the American League and National League. You got to think about that kind of stuff.
Well, you can talk. I mean, you talk to the American League managers, and they'll tell you, they make out the lineup and then they sit back and they watch the game. And for most intents and purposes, you have to decide when a guy's run out of gas. That's about it. Make a pitching change. We're in the National League. From the get-go, you've got to worry about double switches, sacrificing where the pitcher's hitting, how's he doing, and there's a lot more going on. There's Freddie Gonzalez right there.
Luis Aguilar warming up in the bullpen now for Atlanta. Check on the runner Ibar at first. Ibar did steal a base back in the 5th. His 5th of the year. Outside, 1-1 strike to David Freese. David Freese has struggled the last couple of years at the plate, but I think he will always be remembered for what he did in the World Series against the Rangers. Two balls and one strike to Freese. An average season for him with St. Louis versus what he's done here in year one with the Angels.
Well, I think what you mentioned, though, what he did in the postseason was even, 100 times better than anything he had done during the regular season. Had some clutch hits, drove in a lot of runs, got some big, hit some big home runs. It's, he'll go down in Cardinal lore. But the reality is, he's never had a healthy, full, good year.
Runner goes, line drive, base hit to center field. Ibar's going to go to third base, and it's first and third, nobody out here in the seventh for the Angels.
Freese does a nice job of fighting this off and shooting it up the middle. Off the end of the bat. Ibar on the move. Again, Dino Ebel doing it as manager tonight. Getting to call some of his own shots. But you get back to, David Freese and, what they expect and what can he, the reality is if he's healthy, he might hit you 12 to 15 home runs, drive you in 60 to 70 runs. I mean, that's what he is. And I think, some of the numbers that he put up in the postseason, people thought, wow, this is a superstar. He had a great postseason.
Iannetta fouls the first pitch back, 0-1. Three-0 Angels on top here in the seventh. Runners on the corners, nobody out for Iannetta, with Raul Ibanez in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Garrett Richards. Breaking ball taken for a strike. No balls and two strikes.
Remember, Iannetta came up last time with a runner on third, the infield in. Took two strikes and then popped the ball up to the second baseman, unable to get the runner in. Similar type situation. He's got a runner on third again. Just made contact to drive a run in.
Doesn't make contact, goes down swinging, strikeout number 4 for Floyd.
Well, this is a breaking ball out of the zone. Iannetta goes fishing.
And now a pinch hitter is Raul Ibanez. That brings out Freddie Gonzalez to make the pitching change. He's going to go to his left-hander. Top of the seventh inning, runners on the corners. One away, 3-0 Angels lead. And Gavin Floyd's night is done here in Atlanta. Luis Avilan is coming in for the Braves. In the third, 7 hits, 3 runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. He is responsible for the guys on at first and third. The pinch hitter is Rola Banez. He'll face a left-hander. Luis Avilan. And Avilan on the season 3-1 with a 4.71 ERA.
Yeah, he last threw Tuesday in Colorado, came in, threw 5 pitches. Prior to that, he threw Monday. Came in and threw 7 pitches. So he's one of those guys, come in, face the lefty, do his job.
Just missing, 1 ball and 1 strike. On deck is Cole Calhoun. So you get back-to-back lefties here. Ibanez and Calhoun before you see Mike Trout and Albert Pujols. Ibanez. Pop up, third base. Johnson makes the catch. And they're now 2 away here in the 7th.
Well, the Angels have the lead. It's 3-0, and really, because of the home runs, Trout, Pujols. But they had scoring opportunity earlier. Man on third, nobody out. They didn't get him in. Right now, man on third, 2 at-bats, have not got the runner in. The difference between 3, 4, and 5 runs is significant. You know, 4 runs is a grand slam. 3 runs, you get a guy or 2 on, you hit 1 out. Mike Notaro, our man keeping us abreast of everything up here in the booth, just let me know that the Angels are 1 for 8 so far with runners in scoring position. We'll see if Mike has to change that after this at bat.
Cole Calhoun took the slow breaking ball first strike. Just 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position for the series are the Angels. Yet here they are leading 3-0. A sacrifice fly by Pujols back in the 4th. A solo shot by Trout, followed by a solo shot by Pujols. Calhoun, did he go? He did not, says third base umpire David Rackley. Inside, 2 balls and a strike. Kevin Jepsen out there in the bullpen. He'll be the new pitcher to come in and take over for Garrett Richards in the bottom half of the 7th inning. He's wondering, will I have a 3-0 lead to work with, or will it be 4 or more? Up and in. Now 3 balls and a strike. With the righty Mike Trout on deck.
Yeah, this is obviously the last hitter regardless. For either getting him out or going to watch Mike Trout face somebody else.
Trout on deck. Anthony Varvaro warming up in the bullpen for Atlanta, the right-hander. 3-1 is inside. Ball 4. Bases are now loaded. And once again, out of the dugout comes Freddie Gonzalez, and he makes the call. That'll do it for Avilan. Another pitching change. Base loaded, 3-0 Angels here in the 7th. Loaded for Mike Trout, and the new pitcher in the game is the right-hander Anthony Vavaro. 1-1, a 3.18 ERA and 22 2/3. 6 walks and 26 strikeouts. Not an easy task though. Bases loaded, 1 out. Excuse me, 2 outs. And Trout, who is 8 for 24 in his career with the bases loaded, including 2 grand slams.
He's had a little bit of work as of late, Vavaro. He was Wednesday in Colorado and Thursday in Colorado, both times over 20 pitches.
First pitch, changeup in there for a strike. Ibar at third, Freeze at second, and on at first base is Calhoun. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Remember that home run that he hit. Trout was a 0-1 pitch. Taking a fastball from Floyd, then gets the next one and launched it. He's looking to swing here.
Just outside, 2 balls and a strike. Oh my gosh. 2-1. Got a good swing there. Found it straight back. This was Trout's home run back in the 6th. You said it was an off-speed pitch. He hit it out at 106 miles per hour.
Absolutely crushed that thing. Yeah, with the movement, I mean, it could have been a fast. It just looked like that thing just died down and in.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Navarro trying to help out Gavin Floyd. And a timeout.
When you're talking about relative, I was going to say, there you go, 114 miles per hour off the bat at Stanton. He's got the top 4. I'm telling you, fans, if you get a chance to go see Stanton take BP, buy the tickets and go, because it's something that is absolutely impressive.
2-2, fouled back again. So do you think he'll be in the home run derby competition?
Oh, I don't know. He should just be in the All-Star game, period. I mean, Stanton, for me as a player, there were 2 guys I used to go out and watch when I was on the road. I'd go watch Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire. I went and took my kids. We raced up to Dodger Stadium earlier this year to watch Mike Stanton, Giancarlo Stanton. He's the most impressive I've ever seen.
Really?
Really.
Wow. Another 2-2. Another foul ball. Trout hit his first grand slam last year on the Game on Fox, and now this was last week, hitting his second.
And what's amazing is the pitcher he hit it off of, Chris Sale of the White Sox. He's one of the best in the game.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Check swing, another foul ball.
I guess I shouldn't be amazed that he hit it off of one of the best pitchers. He's one of the best players, right? So I shouldn't be that amazed.
Yeah, but usually good pitching beats good hitting.
Yeah. What about superstar hitting?
8th pitch of the at-bat coming up here. Navarro against Trout. Another foul ball.
As a hitter, the more pitches you foul off, the more opportunity you're giving the pitcher to make a mistake. The more chance that he hangs one or misses his spot.
5 straight pitches fouled off by Mike Trout. Another 2-2. Another foul ball. Make it 6 in a row.
It almost feels like in this situation, if you can throw something out of the zone, that he's going to swing. And you just have to have it far enough out of the zone, whether it's down in the dirt or in the outer part, where he can't get the bat to it, because I think he's in swing mode.
Up high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Celebrate Sunday all season long with special ticket offers. Head to the ballpark with your friends and family. Go to MLB.com/Sunday. Tomorrow on Father's Day, Hector Santiago against Mike Minor here at Turner Field. The runners will be off with a pitch. The payoff pitch. Up and in, ball 4. Coming in to score is Ibar. The bases remain loaded, and here comes Albert Pujols. So a great at-bat by Trout to foul off 6 straight pitches and now work the walk.
It really was a great at-bat. I felt like he was swinging at a lot of pitches. He threw a fastball up and away on a 2-2 pitch. Not enough to entice Trout, easy enough for him to recognize not to swing. And then 3-2, the offering wasn't even close. Trout takes the RBI walk.
Now those are ridiculous numbers by Albert Pujols in his career with the bases loaded. This year, though, not so much success. Behind the count, no balls and 1 strike. (4-0) Angels leading here in the 7th. Pujols to center field. Upton is there, and that'll do it. The Angels will leave the bases loaded, but they do get 1 run in the inning. Time to stretch them out here in Atlanta. It's 4-0 Angels. Designate a driver and enjoy the great times. And by the new Samsung Galaxy S5, the next big thing is here. Bottom half of the 7th here in Atlanta. The Angels leading 4-0. A new pitcher into the game for the Angels is the right-hander Kevin Jepsen. A 3.18 ERA, 22 2/3 innings, 11 walks, 30 strikeouts. And he will face the pinch hitter as they do the tomahawk chop here at Turner Field.
And Jepsen can get it up there too, another hard thrower. much like Richards.
The pinch hitter is Jordan Schaefer. On the season, 196. Hitting here in the 9-hole against Jepson. First pitch fastball is low and outside for ball 1. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, one of the things with the Angels is, you know, they've been trying to figure out the bullpen, and for a while it was Frary closing, and then it was closer by committee, and now Frary's back there, and Smith in the 8th. Like to get that 6th and 7th figured out.
Schaefer tries to lay down the bunt. Jepson, the throw not in time. A bunt single for Jordan Schaefer to lead off the 7th.
Well, Schaefer just catches him off guard, lays down a nice bunt. Jepson doesn't really have any play. Nice pick by Albert over there at first base. You know, the Braves, they've had runners on. They've had opportunities. You know, every inning they've had somebody on base.
They've left 8 men on. It's the 3rd time they've had the leadoff man on base to start the inning. And now Jason Hayward comes to the plate. Hayward 0 for 3, reached on the error back in the 3rd. Charged to Garrett Richards. First pitch, ground ball to short. Eyeball to second for 1, over to first. He took too much time, and Hayward beat it out.
Yeah, Kendrick got lazy over there at second base. No question about it. Ibar got him the ball, and Kendrick was very mechanical over there at second base. And watch, Ibar gets him the ball, then not so sure he was even on the bag. I think that's what they're talking about. Not so much over at first base. First base was easy, but at second base, you watch Kendrick, he straddles the bag, and then his right foot, I'm not sure he touches it or not. Take a look at Kendrick. He's straddling. I don't know if he ever touches second base. But I'm going to say he did.
BJ up to the right field. Calhoun coming in, makes the catch. 2 away. Now, would that be considered more of the neighborhood play, or because there was no chance for the runner to get to him?
You know, it's funny because there was a play the other night where a throw drew the second baseman off, and they said, "No, you can't argue it because it's a neighborhood play." Neighborhood means getting out of the way because of an oncoming runner for me. That's not neighborhood. That's not neighborhood. That's just like, I'm not really sure where the bag is. I hope it's underneath my feet. Now, you just really can't tell if that right foot, if he doesn't drag it over the back corner of the bag when he's throwing it. And we won't see it there.
Freddie Freeman takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Freeman has struck out twice tonight. Walked back in the 3rd. One ball and 1 strike. Do you think that's the reason why he kind of lobbed that ball over, because he was caught off guard that he never stepped on the base?
Possibly. I think he was trying to drag his right foot and hit the bag as he was throwing to first, and I don't think he ever felt his foot hit the bag, and thus the little slowdown.
Called for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1 through 4 hitters for the Braves tonight, a combined 1 for 12. But Freeman struck out in a big situation back in the 5th inning, with runners on first and second and 1 out. How's that one off? MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit MLB.com for details. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Freeman. 2 outs in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Jepson tries for the backdoor breaking ball, missing outside. 2-2. In the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes now.
Iannetta has done a nice job behind the plate. He's had to really work it. Garrett Richards didn't have his great command tonight. Bounced a lot of balls. Made Iannetta move quite a bit.
The 3-2 count and 2 outs. Hayward will get a head start. Pujols plays behind him. There he goes. A 3-2 is pulled foul on the off-speed pitch. Trying to break that 0 for 13 skid. And he will not do it here. Strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. We're through 7 here in Atlanta. And it's 4-0 Angels. Things you need to know. And how about this? It's the 40th anniversary of Nolan Ryan throwing 235 pitches over 13 innings. He struck out 19 against the Red Sox. Cecil Cooper K'd 6 times. The Angels won in 15. He didn't even get the win, and he threw 235 pitches.
Didn't throw enough pitches.
Real Big Things is brought to you by Pepsi. Make it a real big summer with 3 new flavors of Pepsi made by real sugar.
I heard he wanted out after 200.
Jordan Walden, the new pitcher here for Atlanta.
235 pitches.
See,
Are you kidding? I mean,
heard
that's crazy.
He came in and he asked, how many pitches am I at? And they lied. And they said, you're at 185. Okay, I'm good.
man.
Hamilton is 0 for 3.
You know what, though? You can't just you can't use Nolan Ryan as a comparison for anything, because he was just, I mean,
a freak.
He's a man, yeah, man among boys. I mean, when you talk about throwing as hard as he did, the longevity. I mean, you could probably put 100 people and go through the exact same regimen that Nolan Ryan went through, and the only one walking out of there as Nolan Ryan is Nolan Ryan.
A 2-1 pitch. Hamilton ground ball to second. STELLA, 1 away.
Check this out. Jordan Walden, he's got a crazy delivery. When he's coming home, watch this. Watch the hop here. He's up in the air. Now look at, almost both feet are off the ground at some point. I mean, you're not going to teach this at home. You got the stiff leg. I mean, this thing has arm trouble written all over it. I mean, look at that. That's crazy.
How do you possibly repeat your mechanics?
Forget that. How do you learn that? How do you say, hey, Dad, this is the way I'm throwing? All right, you get down, you lean down over there. I'm going to start throwing you. At age 10. But I'll tell you, it works for him. I mean, there's not a guy that gets it up there much faster than Jordan Walden. I mean, he is just electric. And as a hitter, you see that. There was a guy closed for the San Francisco Giants, Rob Nen, who had a hop. And it was a little discomforting at the plate.
1 ball and 1 strike to Howie Kendrick. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Kendrick is 0 for 3 on the night. Struck out his last time up, a fly out to center and a ground out to second. Two balls and 2 strikes. And not just that, you know, if you're a pitching coach, if you're Roger McDowell, how do you work on him? How do you help him out?
I think what you do is you look at him and you look and see what he's done historically and look at tape of what he's done in the past. And if he varies from what he's done in the past, like if he gets too much air on the jump, I mean, I don't know. But if you're doing something that is not consistent with what you've done in the past, that's when you say, hey, look, are you feeling this, or do you notice this? I would guess it would be a lot of video. Because again, it's not conventional.
Payoff pitch, line drive to right center field. Kendrick has his first hit of the night. And now Upton has it go under his glove, and Kendrick is heading to third. A 2-base error by B.J. Upton, and the struggles out there in center field continue for him.
Well, we talked about this at the top of the show. You know, one of the keys for the Braves, and now granted it's a 4-0 ball game, but the outfield play in center field has just not been consistent. And you know, B.J. Upton's a much better athlete than the way he's played center field this year. Whether it's routes or angles or just getting careless, and it hasn't just been 1 or 2 times.
Now the infield has to come in for Eric Ibar, who takes the first pitch for a strike. You can see both B.J. Upton and Freddie Gonzalez are upset, and all they can do is chew the gum harder. Fans, follow every game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit MLB.com today. 5th error of the season for B.J. Upton out there in center field. Oh-2 missing inside. Brian Gorman looked like maybe he flinched about to call strike 3. Instead, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ibar, who's 2 for 3.
We talked about Angels, I believe, 1 for 9 tonight. Runners in scoring position. I'm getting the nod yes from my man Mike Notaro over there.
Two balls and two strikes here to Ibar. Check swing. Did he go? The appeal, he did not, says David Rackley, and now it's 3-2. Four nothing. Angels on top. Top of the 8th inning. Runner on third. One out. 3-2. Line drive center field. Here comes Upton. He cannot make the play on the fly. The throw home. Not in time. Throw down to second base. That is in time. An RBI single for Ibar. He gets thrown out at second. 8-2-6.
Well, this is the play that allowed Ibar to get all the way to third base. It just goes under the glove of B.J. Upton. Excuse me, not Ibar at third. Ibar was up at the plate. That was Kendrick who got to third base. Then Ibar hits the ball to center. He does a nice job. Upton does it coming in and short hopping the ball. Tries to make the strong throw, but Kendrick does a good job of getting there. Gattis alertly throws the ball to second. They get the advancing Ibar.
And now Freeze to Freeman. He'll take it to the back himself, and that'll do it. An unearned run for the Angels here in the 8th. They now lead 5-0. On Fox is sponsored by Moto G from Motorola and by the makers of One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball. 5-0. Angels lead the Braves here, bottom of the 8th inning. A new pitcher into the game for the LA Angels, and that's Joe Smith. 2-0 at 2.96 ERA. Good numbers. 27 strikeouts compared to 8 walks. He is part of a double switch. John McDonald comes in to play third base. McDonald will bat 9th. And Smith will bat in the 7th hole. Four, 5, 6 in the order for the Braves here in the 8th inning. Justin Upton, Evan Gattis, and Chris Johnson.
Braves have yet to get on the board, but it hadn't been a problem getting on base. They've had runners on every single inning up to this point.
First pitch is low outside for ball 1. Justin Upton 0 for 3. 2 ground outs and a strikeout.
Well, the Braves find themselves behind 5-0 over in St. Louis. The Cardinals ahead of the Nationals 4-1, so they would stay tied with the Nationals.
Two balls and a strike. Going back to B.J. Upton and the error that he committed in the top half of the inning. And you could see the frustration even on his own face, and kind of nowhere to hide. Out there in center field, the Boo Birds come out. Justin Upton bounces that one foul. He signed the big contract, and you can see him right there. It's like, man, this is happening again. At what point, or is there a point that if you're Freddie Gonzalez, that you can sit him?
Well, it's not like you have a lot of alternatives, and you know, you've got the commitment to B.J. Upton. The organization has made that commitment, and you just hope you keep running them out there, and you know, things start to click again. But for B.J. Upton, I mean, there's nobody that wants to do well more than B.J. Upton. And the thing about it is, when you get into these types of tailspins, it becomes so mental, and it is just body blow after body blow. We talked about it with the hitting earlier on. The only thing that's going to help is just to have some success. And you can have the greatest body language in the world, but that doesn't mean you're going to have success. It just means you got good body language. But trust me, nobody wants to do it more than B.J. Upton.
Evan Gattis to center field. Trout going back, looks up. That's gone. Evan Gattis with his second home run in as many nights against these Angels. Gets the Braves on the board. His 15th of the year.
This pitch is out over the plate. Just absolutely crushes it. He knows right when he hits it. Here we go. We've talked about it early on. The contact. Look at that elbow. Bent. Let me clear that for you there. Trust me, though, when he made contact, elbow was bent. That's just a strong man right there. That's just brute strength.
When he came up last year and you saw what he can do, he's just that guy. Goes up, doesn't put much pine tar on the bat, just doesn't wear batting gloves, just goes up and takes vicious hacks.
You know, that's the way I'd characterize his swing. It's a controlled violence. You know, he's become better. It's not just a wild swing. I mean, there's a plan to it. He does not get cheated. I mean, that is all man right there. That is just get up there.
Johnson goes down swinging, 2 away here in the 8th. Well, with 3 home runs hit in tonight's game, a total of $42,000 was raised for prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can go online to homerunchallenge.org. Pujols hit 1, Trout hit 1, and of course, Gattis just hit 1. First pitch to Tommy La Stella, taking first strike on the outside corner. Nice frisbee slider. It's 0-2.
I mean, that thing was right at the knees, but that started in the right-handed batter's box. You weren't lying when you say that was a frisbee. That was a frisbee.
So, if I'm not mistaken, you contributed to the cure.
Hit a few home runs during the week that Michael Milken puts on the home run challenge. He's the one that's really initiated everything. And then on Father's Day, you get double your money if you hit it out then. And was able to do that a few times. That was on a Fox telecast way back when.
And that's when they said, we need this guy on the air.
Well, I'm not so sure they said that.
That was June 7th, 2003 against the Yankees. And Roger Clemens was going for career win number 300. And he actually left that game with the lead.
1-0 lead. Joe Torre decided to pull him when I was coming up to the plate. Brought in Acevedo, and I was able to contribute to the home run challenge. Michael Milken and his fight to find a cure for prostate cancer.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to STELLA. Pulled foul. We'll do it again. And it was Clemens' next start on actually Friday the 13th against the Cardinals that he got that elusive win number 300.
I'm guessing it probably would have been better to celebrate in Chicago. That's just what I heard, but
hey, those fans at Wrigley were celebrating when you hit the home run. High and outside, 2-2. You got a curtain call for that, didn't you?
I got a lot of free dinners and a lot of free sodas that night. Great city to play baseball in Chicago.
To left field, Hamilton going back, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But Evan Gattis puts the Braves on the board. This is back in 2003. There's the curtain call for Eric Karros. It's 5-1 here in Atlanta. On top of the Braves, a new pitcher in for Atlanta. It is the right-hander David Carpenter. Has appeared in 31 games, 4-1, a 4.62 ERA, 7 walks and 30 strikeouts, and he will face Iannetta, McDonald, and Calhoun here in the 9th. Check swing, foul ball, 0-1 to Iannetta.
I mean, everybody that comes out of the bullpen these days, 95, 97, 96. You know, I made this comment last week about how, you know, for many years the philosophy was, let's get into the bullpen. Let's get that pitch count up for the starter so we can get into the bullpen, because that's usually where the weakness was. Now you got guys coming out of the bullpen throwing 96, 97 miles an hour. That's not where, I mean, bullpens are built now, and general managers recognize you've got to have a strong bullpen. You've got to have that 6th, 8th inning guy. So I'm not so sure that just sitting around for taking pitches and working counts, I mean, it doesn't have the same impact that it used to.
I was speaking with a longtime scout last week, and he was talking about pitchers throwing harder but having less command. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I mean, to make a statement like that, I mean, he must have some numbers that support that. But again, if you know, the harder you throw, you can get away without having the command. You know, you can make a mistake at 90 miles an hour nowadays. You can't make a mistake in location. You can get away with it at 96, 97. So, you know, the harder throwers obviously probably don't have the command.
What about guys? I mean, you look at guys in the bullpen, and I think a lot of teams have figured out that you don't have to spend a lot of money for the bullpen. You can build that up through your farm system. You get these guys who throw hard. It almost seems like relief pitchers have become like running backs in football. Your life expectancy out there is not very long for your career.
Well, it's not very long, and you know, I think also that players, because of the economics, you don't want to get into that 6th, 7th, really, or 8th inning guy. You want to be the closer, or you want to be a starter. You know, now there are some guys that earn some money that are that 7th or 8th inning guy, but
a chopper. Simmons trying to barehand. He's going to eat this one. An infield single for Iannetta.
Simmons doing a nice job, comes in and barehands that ball, but decides to eat it and does not have a play. Iannetta gets on the board right there with a base hit. See, it takes kind of a funny hop, and he's got to change his course a little bit. Still fields it cleanly.
A leadoff infield single for Iannetta. Now John McDonald at the plate. Came in as part of that double switch last inning here for the Angels. Squares around a bunt, a good bunt. Carpenter, the flip with the glove to first base, sacrifice 1-3, down to second base goes Iannetta.
Well, interesting, Dino Ebo calling for the sacrifice, wants to get the runner down in scoring position, get out of grand slam range. He's got the 4-run lead, wants to put one more on the board. That way a grand slam won't tie you.
Or get into the Martin Keimer territory. A five-shot lead going into Sunday at the U.S. Open.
Well, what did he have though going into today? He was up 7, wasn't he? 6 or 7.
Up 6 shots going into today's round. First pitch to Calhoun, misses outside for a ball. Outside again. 2 balls and no strikes.
You know, Carpenter has struggled a bit this year, and the Braves had hoped that he would be that guy that could get the ball to Kimbrel, could be that bridge between the starter or even an 8th inning guy. And he just has not been effective. Just hasn't been consistent, I should say.
.2-0 fouled away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Simmons was moving behind the runner at second. Iannetta.
You know, there was something I was looking at the other day that, you know, the Braves this year, I have to look at this in my notes. They have lost more games. They've lost 6 games this year when leading after 6 innings. In 2013, they lost 5 total. 5 total in 2013.
Swing and a miss, 2-2. A large reason why they won 96 games last year.
The bullpen. I mean, for me, it's that bullpen. They got to the 6th inning on. It was game over. You know, they had a lead. The problem is getting it to Kimbrel.
Timeout asked for by Calhoun. Two fouled back. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Cole Calhoun. Top of the 9th inning here in Atlanta. 5-1 Angels lead the Braves. The Angels gotten the board back in the 4th on a sacrifice fly by Albert Pujols. They put 2 more on the board in the 6th. Back-to-back home runs by Trout and Pujols. An RBI walk, base loaded walk by Trout in the 7th. An RBI single by Ibar in the 8th. Fastball is outside. Now 3-2 the count to Calhoun. Mike Trout on deck. Pop foul out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. The Braves entered this game tied with Washington, as you said, for first place in the NL East, 35-31. The Angels entered this game 3.5 back of Oakland. Oakland 40-27 on the season. The Nationals lost 4-1. And now Cole Calhoun strikes out for out number 2. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball, presents the walk-off. Great walk-offs are waiting at foxsports.com/Budweiser. Grab some buds. This past Tuesday against the Oakland A's, it was Colin Calgo with a walk-off homer in the 14th inning. Two away here in the 9th now for Trout.
Get another opportunity to watch the man up at the plate.
Does he remind you of any player you've seen throughout your career?
No, I can't say that. I mean, he's just better. I mean, there are guys that had tools but just weren't as disciplined, especially at a young age. I mean, there isn't anybody that I can recall that I'd say, hey, you know what? I mean, you go back to the Ricky Henderson. I played against Ricky, you know, near the end of his career. Shouldn't say that. Heck, he played forever. Shouldn't say that. But I guess I'd liken him to Ricky a little bit. Not sure Ricky struck out as much, though.
One ball and 1 strike.
I mean, if it's possible, though, I think he's going to get better. He's going to be more impactful.
Pulled to third, foul. 1-2.
I mean, he'll gain more experience. learn more about certain situations, learn more about the pitchers.
On the pregame show tonight, he spoke to Kevin Burkhardt and Frank Thomas, and he said, you know, the one thing I'm doing a little bit differently, I'm watching more film. But I thought it was also pretty funny where, are you changing anything? And he said, well, the first 2 years things were working pretty well.
Yeah.
So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I think you should start doing pregame hits right in the dugout with Fox right beforehand. Do that. Go out and throw out a few hits and a home run.
Fouled away. We'll do it again at 1-2. He bought his mom a car for Mother's Day, so he can't play favorites. He bought his dad a car as well. Owen outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 3 guys who have hit home runs here tonight: Gattis, Trout, and Pujols. All of them solo shots. Two-two, and Trout goes down swinging. 5-1 as we go to the bottom half of the 9th. Tomorrow's Father's Day, and Mike Trout has a special message.
Father's Day, you know, growing up, Dad flipping me in a cage. You know, I wouldn't be here without you guys. Mom and Dad means the world to me.
To 1, Angels lead the Atlanta Braves. The new pitcher into the game for the Angels is Ernesto Frieri. 0-3, a 4.18 ERA. 28 innings pitched. Walked 7, struck out 36. Frieri with 11 saves on the season. This is not a save situation with a 5-1 ball game.
Well, remember, he started the season with the closer job and had some struggles, and Mike Scioscia, the organization, went to the matchup, closer by committee, and now Frieri has returned as the closer. He's getting some work in tonight. Well, for Dino Ebo, managing the game tonight is Mike Scioscia in Arizona, attending the funeral of Bob Welch. probably treating this like a one-run ball game. Going to make sure that the Angels end up on top. Here's Dino. He will now move, if they can win this game, to 3-0 in his managerial career.
Fouled back, no balls and 2 strikes to Simmons, who's 0 for 3 on the night. I thought it was pretty cool speaking with Dino Ebel before the game, asking him, you know, did Mike Scioscia give you a lineup or anything? He said no, he just left, and this is all me today.
Well, that staff that
Pitch right here. Come on.
Mike has put together, I mean, whether it's Dino Ebel or Alfredo Griffin.
Ground ball to third, past McDonald, and a leadoff single for Simmons. That'll bring up a pinch hitter here, Ryan Doumit. Doumit to pinch hit in the 9-hole.
Now, you mentioned Doumit in the 9-hole right now. He gets on and turns the lineup over. We talked about it, that they've had runners on every single inning. They had the home run hit by Gattis in the 8th. It's accounted for their only run, but every single inning the Braves have put somebody on.
First pitch to Doumit is outside. Check swing. He did not go, says David Rackley. Pulled to the hole on the right side. Holding up at second is Simmons. Back-to-back singles for the Braves to open up the 9th. The King plays of the day brought to you by Burger King. And we go back to that 6th inning. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, the back-to-back home runs. And both of them were about 20 feet apart out there in left center field. Those are the King plays of the day brought to you by Burger King. Jason Hayward, nobody out, runners on first and second. And the first pitch is outside for ball 1.
And you see Friere, that's 93 miles an hour. We've just been accustomed to watching guys out of that bullpen outside of Joe Smith coming at 96, 97.
The 1 through 4 hitters for the Braves. A combined 1 for 14 with 7 strikeouts. Outside 2-0.
Well, the irony of baseball, if Hayward can get on, B.J. Upton comes to the plate with the chance to tie the ball game. He's had some struggles, obviously, at the plate, out in the field.
Hayward took a strike, 2-1.
He didn't like it. Felt like that pitch was in.
What is it about closers having so much difficulty coming in non-safe situations?
Well, sometimes the adrenaline isn't there. You see that pitch in off the plate. But, you know, Ron Washington, who was a coach with the Oakland A's while I was there, now the manager, very successful manager of the Texas Rangers, said, don't give me anything about a save situation. You come in, I give you the ball. It's a win situation. You go in and win that ball game for me.
A look back to second. Simmons not going anywhere.
You know, I think Wash is point on. I mean, he's trying to win a game.
Two-1, swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You see Friere working both sides of the plate. Got that pitch 2-0 in off the plate, called for a strike. And goes out away. Not a comforting stat right there if you're an Angel fan.
Fouled back. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Freddie Freeman's got that bat in the dugout hoping to hit. Two pulled to first, foul ball.
That's a great play by Pujols, getting over there, and that thing kind of handcuffed him. Did a nice job. Ball just foul. Almost fielded that ball behind him. He's the owner of a Gold Glove, Pujols. Again, one of the great players of our generation.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Jason Hayward, battling against Ernesto Frieri. First and second, nobody out. Bottom half of the 9th, 5-1 ball game. And now timeout asked for by Hayward. Simmons led off with a single. Dome at the pinch hitter, single to right field. Back again. BJ Upton on deck, hoping for a shot at redemption. Center field base hit. Here comes Simmons. He will score 5-2, and the tying run is coming up. A great at bat by Hayward, fouling off all those pitches, then delivering a single.
Hayward does a nice job of just going with this thing. This thing, a ball out over the plate, but it's up, actually probably a couple inches off the plate. But because it's elevated, he's able to get to that ball. If it's down low, tougher to reach, usually beats that thing into a ground.
A meeting on the mound as Mike Butcher comes out to speak with his pitcher Ernesto Frieri. 5-2. Hayward now on at first. And the batter is going to be BJ Upton. BJ Upton on the night. 1 for 3, a single, a walk, a strikeout, a fly out to right. And this is BJ Upton trying to make up for what happened earlier. He just took his eye off the ball, went under his glove. And that allowed the 5th run to score. And now he has a chance to redeem himself. Takes the first pitch for a strike.
And when things aren't going well, it seems like, you know, you're always up in the situation where the game's on the line, or when you are at the plate, it's 0-2 every time up. It's a man's game.
Fastball is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Michael Morin getting loose in the pen now for the Angels. Two balls and a strike to BJ Upton. Freddie Freeman on deck. He struck out 3 times tonight. Takes the pitch right down the middle, and Upton, he knew he let a good one pass.
Again, it just shows you You're just indecisive. And you got so many things going through your head. Now I'm looking for the fastball. It's the curveball. I'm looking for the off speed. It's the fastball. I'm going to swing at this. I'm taking. I'm telling you, it is an absolutely helpless feeling.
2-2. Line outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. They continue with a tomahawk chop here at Turner Field. The payoff pitch. Line drive right field. Calhoun can't make the play. It gets past him. Here comes Domit scoring. Being waved around. Hayward will come in to score. And down to third base goes B.J. Upton. It's a 1-run ball game. Triple for B.J. Upton. Cole Calhoun trying to lay out to make the play. And here's Freeman. Tying run 90 feet away. And a big swing and a miss. The infield playing halfway.
That's the beauty of this game. You keep getting opportunities. B.J. Upton comes through.
1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, I said it earlier, too. The Angels had a couple opportunities earlier in the game. You see Hayward coming in and sliding safely. Braves are fired up. Hayward's excited.
Low and inside, 2-1.
We were talking earlier that the Angels had a couple opportunities to score early in the game with guys on third. They didn't cash in. Going to come back to bite them.
Freddie Freeman 0 for his last 14. 3 balls and 1 strike. A single by Simmons, a single by Domit, a single by Hayward, a triple by Upton. Still nobody out. Foul back 3-2. Four pitches and no outs for Frieri. 3-2 in the air to right center field. Calhoun. And this is 1 hop over the wall. We're tied.
Been going down against Freeman all night long. This pitch left up in the zone absolutely crushes it. Ground rule double. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
And a pitching change. Ernesto Frieri faced 5 batters. All of them got hits. He gives up 4 runs, and it's all tied at 5. for an error that led to a run. Right now it's Ernesto Frieri who's feeling awful in the Angels dugout. After giving up 4 runs, giving up a 4-run lead and handing it over to Mike Morin, who has to come in and try to extend this game to extra innings. Nobody out, runner on second, and it's Justin Upton now at the plate. Freddie Freeman, the runner at second. Upton is 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts and 2 groundouts. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. These fans will go crazy if he gets his 8th career walk-off hit. Pulled foul, 0-2.
You know, what's been amazing for me this inning is just the ability for this offense to string together hits, because that's not what they're known for. This is a team that swings and misses a lot of strikeouts. They rely on the home run, but they put together 5 straight base hits.
Coming into this game, the Angels 31-2 when leading after 8. 0-2 is up and in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Evan Gattis, who homered his last time up, in the on-deck circle. The 1-2 up high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. When I see B.J. Upton and now his brother Justin Upton, I think about one of my favorite movies, Dumb and Dumber. You completely redeem yourself. 2-2, fouled off the face mask of Iannetta. Look at this. The last time the Braves won when after trailing by 4 more runs in the 9th was in September of 2012. September 2nd, 2012 against the Phillies. They trailed 5-1 entering the bottom of the 9th inning. 5 straight base hits. Another 2-2. And Justin Upton chases the breaking ball. He goes down for the first out.
Just drops a nasty slider on him right here out of the zone. Upton goes after it. Now you got a situation here with Gaddis. You got to put him on first base.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Intentionally walk Evan Gattis. This is for a couple of reasons. One, he's the most dangerous hitter in the lineup. And then 2, as that pitch nearly came back over the plate, is now it sets up the possibility for that inning-ending double play.
Yeah, I mean, you could have, for me, you could have just stopped at the first reason. That's the most dangerous hitter up at the plate for the Braves. A 14-game hitting streak. It's 7 home runs during that streak. You see tonight, got the base hit and the home run.
So he's on at first base. It's first and second, 1 out now for Chris Johnson. And last night, Chris Johnson came up after the 3-run home run by Evan Gattis. It was Johnson, and the Braves went back-to-back. Right now, they're just hoping for a base hit. Johnson has grounded into a league-leading 11 double plays. Swing and a miss the first pitch.
If you're hitting in this situation, you're thinking that the guy's going to throw you away. Not going to come inside in an RBI spot. Look for something up over the plate. Went away, swinging at something down and away.
Pop foul down the right field line.
Now it's spread out and just try to make contact.
Simmons got things going here in the inning with a single to left field. No balls and 2 strikes. One away, first and second. Freeman had the game-tying RBI double, the ground rule double. That scored B.J. Upton. 0-2 ground ball. They go to second for 1, over to first, and there is the 12th double play that Johnson has grounded into on the season. But the Braves, they score 4 in the 9th, and we're going to extras here in Atlanta, tied at 5. To make it a 5-4 game, Freddie Freeman, the RBI double to tie it up. And here we are now in the 10th. And the Braves turn to their closer, Craig Kimbrell. One of the most dominant closers in the game. 0-1, a 1.75 ERA. 47 strikeouts in 25 2/3 innings pitched. He will face 3, 4, 5 in the order for the Angels. Pujols, Hamilton, Kendrick. A couple of RBIs on the night for Pujols. The sac fly in the 4th, the solo shot in the 6th. First pitch fastball is low and outside for ball 1. Fastball in the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike.
98 down and away. I mean, there's not a thing you can do about that as a hitter.
He's been virtually lights out since May 9th. Too far outside. 2 balls and a strike. Kimbrel, a strikeout machine. Going outside, now 3-1. And Kimbrel wants a new baseball.
Well, he threw Monday and Tuesday in Colorado. He had off Wednesday, Thursday, came back and threw last night. He's thrown 3 of the last 5 games. You know, and I always mention Colorado because your pitching staff coming out of it, especially a 4-game series, it's just taxing.
The 3-1. Pujols line drive to left center field. That'll get down. B.J. Upton comes over, comes up throwing. Pujols trying for second, and he's safe. Albert Pujols hustling out of the box with his 16th double of the year.
I'll tell you what, he may not be the same player, but the drive and the determination is as great as ever. He's hustling around. Look where he slides. He goes to the outer part of the bag as far away as possible from STELLA. He sees where STELLA's getting that throw. He goes to the outer part of the bag, slides in there, and he's fired up. He's like, let's go. And it's not a, hey, let's go, guys. It's a, let's go. That's a great job right there, hitting that outer part of the base.
Now Josh Hamilton takes the breaking ball for a strike. Hamilton is 0 for 4, a couple of groundouts to second, a couple of strikeouts.
Well, at the very least, you've got to get Pujols over to third. Hamilton hasn't had good swings tonight.
Little flare to left field, that drops in. Pujols being waved around third. The throw not in time. The RBI single by Josh Hamilton as he takes second on the throw. Wow, what a crazy ball game. The Braves score 4 in the bottom half of the ninth to tie it up, and now the Angels strike back against Kimbrel.
Well, no justice right there. That ball is just jammed. You see Pujols running. See, Kendrick is back behind home plate. He's not saying anything to Albert. Albert just slides on his own. That's just sheer determination by Pujols. Getting to second, scoring.
Kendrick, ground ball to second base. STELLA over to first, down to third goes Hamilton. A productive out by Kendrick.
Yeah, excellent at bat right there off of Kimbrel. You get that runner over to third base, you give Ibar and Freeze. Excuse me, Freeze is not in the ball game anymore. McDonald opportunities to drive in Hamilton.
Ibar is the hitter. C.J. Cron is the man of the on-deck circle to hit in what would have been the pitcher's spot.
Man, I got my scorebook sweet right now.
First pitch fastball in the outside corner for a strike.
I just seen if you were paying attention there, Justin. Good job.
Just trying to follow along. This game has been pretty crazy to think if you think about it. A 4-run lead surrendered by the Angels in the bottom half of the ninth inning. The infielder's in against Ibar, and he's behind in the count 0-2.
Again, this is the third time tonight where the Angels have come up with a guy on third base and less than 2 outs. And they didn't score previously. And if they would have, we wouldn't be sitting here in extra innings. And this is an important run right here.
An important strikeout by Kimbrel instead. 2 away. And here comes the pinch hitter, C.J. Cron. Pinch hitting in that pitcher spot. a former first-round pick of the Angels. Good numbers through 32 games, 277, 3 home runs, 15 RBIs. His father, Chris, the roving hitting instructor for the Diamondbacks. And the first pitch is down low for a ball. Cam Bedrosian warming up in the bullpen for the Angels. Foul tip into the mitt. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Cron.
Well, interesting, you see Cam Bedrosian warming up. Father Steve Bedrosian, closed for many years here. Great closer for the Braves.
Fastball, watch out. When it's coming in at 98, a little bit late, that's when it gets dangerous for those fans. One and two the count here to Cron. Fastball high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There he is right there. I mean, there's been so much talk about him getting an appearance here in Atlanta. There's Pops right there. Yeah. I'll tell you what, that stomach is going a mile a minute.
2-2, fouled back. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hamilton the runner at third. 2-2. Line drive to short, caught by Simmons. That'll do it here in the 10th. But a big leadoff double by Pujols, the RBI single by Hamilton. And we go to the bottom half of the 10th. The Angels trying to close it out. They go to a guy named Bedrosian for the job. Is the 2010 first-round pick for them, Cam Bedrosian. Bedrosian on the season has appeared in 3 games, 3 2/3 innings. 1 hit, 3 runs, all earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 3. You know, he's got the adrenaline pumping on the mound. His father, Steve Bedrosian, who pitched for the Braves from 81 to 85, has 184 career saves, the 87 Cy Young Award winner when he was with the Philadelphia Phillies. You know, he's got some nerves going through there as well.
Well, I think Howie Long, the Hall of Fame football player, said it best. He's got 2 sons in the NFL. They asked him, what's the difference between playing and watching? He said, playing, you get the adrenaline, you get all psyched up, and then you go out to the field and you can let it all loose. Well, when you're watching your son, you got all that adrenaline, you're all fired up, but there's nowhere to let loose. You got to just sit there and be calm, and it is the toughest thing to do.
And oh yeah, tomorrow's Father's Day. Tommy La Stella leads things off. First pitch swinging. Fouls one down the left field line, out of play.
I'd also say for Cam out on the mound, his biggest obstacle right now is not the Atlanta Brave team, but controlling what's going on inside him right now.
Line foul into the seats. And it's 0-2 to Tommy La Stella, who's 1 for 3, a single back in the 6th, a walk in the 4th, a line out to short and a fly out to left. The 0-2. Line drive back up the middle, base hit. And a leadoff single for the Braves. Now it's Andrelton Simmons at the plate. He's the one who started the rally in the 9th inning for Atlanta with that single to left field. Fifth time tonight the Braves have had the leadoff runner on base. Ramiro Pena's in the on-deck circle. And a balk as Bedrosian bobbled the ball, and down to second base goes La Stella without even having to worry about a bunt for Simmons. Wow. Here comes the pitching coach, Mike Butcher, out, and this just has to be to settle the nerves.
Yeah, you know what I would like to see in that situation, though? I'd like to see Albert Pujols from first base walk over and calm the kid down and just say, hey, look, you know what? You're going to be fine. Everything's all right. We're good here. You know, I got you. These things happen. Let's go. You got a long career ahead of you. That's what I would like to have seen. Didn't see it.
Not just did he not see it, he didn't even join that conference on the mound. So now a runner at second, nobody out. And you got to think that Simmons is bunting here. Get that man to third with 1 out. He squares around, pulls it back, and takes the fastball for a strike.
Well, you got La Stella at second base. He doesn't run real well. Pujols is in hard. We just saw a third baseman did not give a lot of ground right there. So Angels being aggressive. If they have a play at third, maybe they go there. Again, La Stella not fast at second.
Another fastball. Now it's 0-2. And if Simmons doesn't move the runner over to third base here, that is a big-time missed opportunity by him and the Braves. After the balk, get that runner in scoring position with nobody out. Takes the pitch down low, 1-2. The 1-2. Breaking ball pulled to third. McDonald checks the runner back. One away. Now the pinch hitter will be Ramiro Pena, the switch hitter. Ramiro Pena on the season hitting .205. As a pinch hitter, the Braves tonight are 2 for 2. Schaefer and Domet, the 2 pinch hits for Atlanta. Ramiro Pena from the left side this year is batting .164. The tying run is at second, and Tommy La Stella. Foul back, 0-1. Iannetta goes out to speak to Petrosian.
This is good. You just want to calm the youngster down, let him know it's all right. Because again, at that you're being asked to perform physically. Yet right now, what's going on inside your body is, I don't want to say it's hampering you, but you got all that adrenaline, that nervousness, that and you've got to compete physically. And it's learning to harness that, learning to bring yourself down, learning to breathe.
No balls, 1 strike to Ramiro Pena. Fouled away, watch out again, 0-2. Looks like everyone is okay, that's good. Jason Hayward on deck. No balls and 2 strikes, the count to Pena. The 0-2. Chopper to shortstop. Ibar, difficult hop. He's going to eat it. An infield single for Pena. First and second, 1 out. And the Braves pinch hitter is now 3 for 3.
I've had a couple of those types of hops where it just seems like it hits and just takes off. Early on, Hayward hit one to Ibar to start the game. And it's almost as if it gains speed once it hits the dirt part of the infield. Ibar's smart, though, in holding on to that ball.
Jason Hayward at the plate. Had the RBI single in the 9th. Scored on the 2-run triple by B.J. Upton. Fastball is low and outside for ball 1. Two balls and no strikes. Those numbers with runners in scoring position all got inflated in that 9th inning. Two-0 popped up, heading towards the seats and into the seats. Two balls and 1 strike here to Hayward. By the way, guess who's on deck again?
I was just thinking to myself, I was going to say it again, that it is a man's game here. That's all this is. It's not for the faint. There's no question. Not at least to survive in this league.
Broken back, right field. La Stella will score the tying run And the Braves rally again.
Well, much like Josh Hamilton did for the Angels, Jason Hayward does for the Braves. Bites off a pitch, a great pitch by Bedrosian. But Hayward's strong enough to drive it into right field. STELLA come motoring around. He scores. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
And now the winning run is at second in Ramiro Pena. And B.J. Upton at the plate. First pitch breaking ball in there, first strike. What a crazy last inning and a half here in Atlanta. Are you surprised at all with how deep the outfield is right now for the Angels?
Well, they are playing far back, but I think what they're giving up, they're saying that Upton could hit a fly ball. They're not gonna throw out Pena anyhow. I mean, Pena is too darn fast. We saw him beat out that infield ball. Ibar ended up eating it.
0-1 Chopper. Ibar comes to first. They get Upton for the out. Both men move up. Pena to third base, and Hayward to second.
I think you got to walk Freeman here. You walk Freeman, and you go after Justin Upton.
Upton on deck. Chris Iannetta. And now he will do exactly that. Intentionally walk Freddie Freeman. A blown save for Cam Bedrosian. Dino Ebo trying to go 3-0 as a manager. Had that 4-run lead going into the 9th. Got the 1-run lead coming into the 10th. And now it's bases loaded in a tie ball game. And it's Justin Upton at the plate. Right now, the Braves will take anything. A walk, a hit by pitch, a wild pitch even. Upton struck out in the 9th when Mike Morin came in to face him. He has 3 strikeouts on the night. And the first pitch is up high. 0 for 5 is Justin Upton. Big swing at the breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Easy to say, but difficult to do. And that's in a situation like that, just cut down the swing a little bit. You know, you don't need to hit it 10 miles. You just need a base hit. Just hit something hard.
Amazing what the Braves have done in the 9th and 10th innings. Down low, 2 balls and a strike.
That's a good take by Justin right there. You know, he's in a situation right now, 2-1, where Bedrosian's going to obviously want to throw a strike. Doesn't want to go 3-1. But here you're short of, you're thinking line drive up the middle. Like I said, it's easy to say. It is real easy to say from up here.
Timeout asked for by Upton.
The great hitters have the discipline that they're able to do it.
Two balls, one strike. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th. 2-1 is up high. 3-1. They're on their feet here at Turner Field. The 3-1. In the air, right field. Calhoun coming in. And he makes the catch. What a play by Cole Calhoun. A game-saving catch. And we're going to the 11th. Oh my gosh. Bedrosian loves it. Six, the Angels and the Braves here in Atlanta. Another new pitcher into the game for the Braves. You see Cam Bedrosian getting some high fives, worked out of that jam, did blow the save. His father Steve looking on. But now in the 11th, the new pitcher is the right-hander David Hale. 2-0, a 1.88 ERA. And he'll come in to face 8, 9, and 1 here in the 11th. Chris Sinetta, first pitch swinging, pops one up, shallow right. Hayward coming in. One pitch, one out here in the 11th.
All right, go back to that last inning for the Angels. Eric Ibar coming to the plate with a runner on third base. One out. Ends up striking out instead of getting that run in, which would have given the Angels a 2-run lead. Unable to do it. We're here in the 11th.
John McDonald, sacrifice bunt in that 9th inning.
Well, any Angel hitter reaches base, Mike Trout comes to the plate this inning.
Down low, 1 ball and no strikes. Hales 1-0 is inside, 2 balls and no strikes. I'm just sitting here reflecting on what we've seen in the 9th and 10th innings. It's remarkable. I mean,
completely different baseball game, right?
Huh.
The 9th and 10th.
(2-0) in their first strike, 2 balls and 1 strike. Think about it. As the Angels, you go to the bottom of the 9th inning with a 4-run lead. You bring in your closer in a non-safe situation. You're thinking, all right, you know, we're going to be okay. Instead, the Braves rattle off 5 straight hits. 2 balls and 2 strikes. They tie the game up. And then Chris Johnson grounds into a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. So in the 10th, the Braves bring in their closer, Craig Kimbrell. And you think, okay, well, now the Braves will go to the 10th in the bottom half of the inning with a lead. Or they'll go to the 10th with a tie ball game. Instead, a leadoff double by Pujols and a hustle double by him. Hamilton with a flare. And all of a sudden, Kimbrell is on the hook for the loss. Down low and inside, 3-2. And all of a sudden, it's a 6-5 game, bottom of the 10th. STELLA leads off with a single, moves to second on the balk when Bedrosian just drops the ball. And before you know it, we're tied up again. This is remarkable. A 1-out walk worked by McDonald.
Well, regardless of what happens here in this half inning, the Braves, Evan Gattis leads off. You got to stick around to see that.
Baseball is a game of numbers, so we're going to bring you the game by the numbers. We're at 4 hours, 26 hits, 13 pitchers. And Nolan Ryan almost did that by himself with those 371 pitches.
That time of game is nothing. Angels 2 weeks ago here on Fox. Over 5 hours. Thank you very much.
You love the Angel games.
I do. I like them.
No balls and 1 strikes to Cole Calhoun. He singled back in the 4th. Struck out his last time up.
This is fun. This is exciting. There's a lot going on here. I can watch this all day long.
Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Cole Calhoun in right field. This was in the 9th. B.J. Upton hit that line drive. He laid out for it. That led to 2 runs scoring and a triple. So here we go in the 10th. He has to lay out for that, and he's able to make the game-saving catch.
He's probably got a little something going with B.J. Upton. Says, I can hook you up. Justin, I'm not hooking up.
1-1 in the air to center field. B.J. Upton backs up a couple steps. Makes the catch, 2 outs. Going back to first is McDonald. Next Saturday, it's a full night of MLB action, beginning with Baseball Night in America on Fox. These Braves take on the Nationals, the Tigers against the Indians, or the Pirates and the Cubs. And then at 10 over on Fox Sports 1, it's these Angels battling Alex Rios and the Angels. That is our MLB doubleheader. It begins next Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox, and continues at 10 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Well, Mike Trout will get a chance to hit here in the 11th. He struck out in the 9th. First pitch breaking ball is outside for ball 1. It's a pretty good list. Chopper to second base. STELLA retires Trout, and we go to the bottom of the 11th in a tie ball game. 6-6. The Braves trying to win it in walkout fashion when we come back. 1 error for the Angels, 6 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for the Braves. A new pitcher into the game here for the Angels. It'll be Fernando Salas. Salas on the season, 3-0 with a 3.2 ERA. 27 strikeouts in 25 1/3 innings. And he'll have to face Evan Gattis leading off this 11th inning. Gattis was intentionally walked in the 9th. He homered in the 8th. Angels fans, Braves fans, they're all on their feet here at Turner Field. First pitch and a big hack by Gattis, 0-1.
82-mile-an-hour slider. You remember Salas a few years ago with St. Louis? He had 24 saves. He's pitched in pressure situations.
Tell you what, Salas isn't giving him a fastball right now.
No, that's 82 and 83. Little movement, location.
You think he's hot? The 0-2. Outside again. Going with the breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gattis. Down low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is in the 8th inning. Gattis going to right center field, and he knew it right away. His 15th home run of the year. That was the first run of the night for Atlanta.
And that was when the Angels had what they felt was a comfortable lead, 5-0.
2-2 is outside. That's 5 pitches. We have yet to see a fastball to Evan Gattis.
Now is not the time to throw one either.
Salas steps off, wants Iannetta to go through the signs again. The 3-2. Gattis lines one to left field, a leadoff single for Atlanta. Yet another inning where the Braves had their leadoff man on base.
Decided to throw him a fastball, and that's why you don't throw him a fastball. Pitch down in the zone. Gattis drives through the ball.
6th inning that the Braves have had their leadoff man on. And the 3rd straight they've scored the previous 2 innings. Chris Johnson steps in. Squares around a bunt, pulls it back with McDonald charging, 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, if you can charge hard here, you have a play at second base. I mean, Gattis is not the fleetest of runners. McDonald can start way in. PUJOLS, as long as he has a sign, he can leave early.
The bunt is towards first base. A good bunt by Johnson. A sacrifice, 1-4 with Kendrick covering at first. Down to second base goes Gattis. Good job by Johnson getting that bunt down. And now Tommy LaStella, who's single leading off the 10th, will step to the plate.
Yeah, and you got to walk with Stella. They got to do this. He's just a contact guy. You bring up Simmons, who strikes out a lot. You put the double play in order.
Third straight inning that the Braves have received an intentional walk. Gattis in the 9th, Freeman in the 10th, and now STELLA here in the 11th. Andrelton Simmons got that rally going in the 9th inning with a single. Scored on the RBI single by Jason Hayward. The winning run is at second base in Evan Gattis. And now we're going to have a pinch runner for Gattis. It's going to be Dan Uggla. Uggla will pinch run for Gattis here in the 11th. Simmons rounded out to third base his last time up. First pitch swinging, fouls, one out of play.
You're going to get that slider. It's going to be going away from you. Spread out, shoot it to right. All you need is a single right here. You don't need a double. You don't need a home run.
Again, the outfield playing pretty deep for the Angels. Oh, 1 line drive caught by McDonald. He'll throw to second for the inning-ending double play. Uggla gets doubled off at second, and we go to the 12th. 6-6 ball game here in Atlanta. Best gathered Minnesota as the captain Derek Jeter takes the field in his last All-Star game ever in what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star game at 7:30 on Fox. Top of the 12th, 6-6, 3-4-5 in the order for the Angels. Pujols, Hamilton, Kendrick. The same group that got to Kimbrel in the 10th. And they face David Hale here in the second inning of work, now in the 12th. Gerald Laird, the new catcher, as Evan Gattis was pinch run for by Dan Uggla. Albert Pujols led off with that double against Kimbrel. Scored on the single by Hamilton in that 10th inning. And the first pitch fastball is outside for ball 1. Big swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. How difficult is it when you're a guy like Pujols or Hamilton, more so when you're at home than on the road, but in extras, not to try for that home run? Pujols in the air to center field. Upton going back in front of the warning track will make the first catch.
Well, you got to go up there and you look for a certain pitch in a certain spot if in fact you are trying to go deep. As a leadoff guy, you know, maybe you take one shot at it, then you go, well, all right, I'm trying to get on base. There's 2 outs, so you got to give it a shot. Even 1 out sometimes. But again, it comes back to that being disciplined enough. The thing that troubles you is when the little guys start swinging for the fence. That's when you're going, hey, come on.
Hamilton rolls one over to first. Freeman to Hale covering. Quickly 2 away here in the 12th. Howie Kendrick, single back in the 8th, came around to score on the RBI single by Ibar. But it was that single and 2-base error by B.J. Upton that allowed Kendrick to get to third and then score on the RBI single by Ibar. First pitch breaking ball is outside for ball 1.
Well, see, now if you're Kendrick right now, you have the ability to hit 1 out. You can sit up there until you get 2 strikes looking for a pitch. You're not just trying to get on here. You're looking to drive something.
Fastball in the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 2 the count now to Howie Kendrick. David Hale has come in and settled things down out of the bullpen for the Braves. The 1-2. Missing outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 12th, it is a pitcher spot due up, followed by Hayward and B.J. Upton. The 2-2 from Hale. Chopper. Johnson cuts in front of Simmons and makes the play. A 1-2-3 inning work by David Hale. We go to the bottom of the 12th. The Braves will try once again. 6. Angels and Braves. Justin Kutcher alongside Eric Karros here at Turner Field. And getting a chance to hit is the pitcher, David Hale, who in his career, this year is 1 for 10 with 5 strikeouts. And he takes the first pitch, first strike from Fernando Salas. Hale to right field. Calhoun is there, 1 away. All right, so back to the top of the order here for Atlanta, Jason Hayward. Hayward was 0 for his first 4. He's 2 for his last 2.
Well, he had that big broken bat base hit into right field. Tie the ball game.
What was the most at-bats you had in one game?
You're asking me to try to remember things. We're in the bottom of the 12th, dude. I don't. It had to be a 6 or 7 at-bat game in Colorado, I would guess.
All right, that's it.
I
will not ask you anything else.
I can't remember back to the 2nd inning.
1 ball, no strikes here to Hayward. 1-1 on the breaking ball. How many cups of ice cream have you had today?
Well, I stopped at about the 7th inning because it looked like that would be, about it. I could start up again.
Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike to Hayward. Salas looking in for the signs. 2-1, ground ball, shortstop. Ibar gets rid of it quickly, 2 away here in the 12th.
Well, you're talking about swinging for the fences. This is a situation where you are absolutely swinging for the fences. Looking for a pitch. I mean, you almost go up there with the way that Salas has been pitching. I'm looking for a breaking ball up. I'm sitting on that little spinner slider, and I hope he gets it up.
Low and outside for ball 1. Upton grounded out to shortstop his last time up, but came through with that big 2-run triple in the 9th. Ended up scoring that game-tying run in the 9th inning. 2 balls and no strikes.
Again, if I'm Upton right now, I'm sitting breaking ball, and I'm looking for it up. If he throws a fastball, so be it.
He has 6 home runs on the season. Off speed pitch, now 3-0. Green lighting.
I don't green light him. I got Freddie Freeman coming up next. I'm not going to green light him. If he gets a pitch here, he'll get a 3-1 pitch as well.
A 3-0, taking all the way. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Now I'm looking for something up.
On the outside corner, good pitch there by Salas, and now it's 3-2. Upton was ahead in the count, 3-0, now 3-2. The payoff pitch, and he goes down swinging. We played 12 here in Atlanta. It is not enough. We go to the 13th, tied at 6. Now we're in the top of the 13th, 6-6. Angels and Braves, Justin Kutcher and Eric Karros. This has been one crazy game, and now here we have Eric Aybar leading off. But what a job by the Braves to come back down by 4 in the 9th and then come back again in the 10th.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a seesaw battle once we got to the 8th inning. You know, they get back into the ball game, the Braves. They hit that home run. They're down 5, and then they're down 4 in the 9th. And just one thing after another. We've seen everything.
Aybar trying to bunt for a base hit. Simmons, the throw, not in time. Aybar beats it out.
I mean,
that was like a...
That's great. That's a great play by Aybar to try and bunt it like that. Simmons comes running in. You know, a former Braves shortstop, Rafael Furcal, used to do that quite a bit. It's almost that slap bunt. You see Simmons coming in. He barehands it, makes a great throw. Almost gets Aybar. Man, it was great on both ends.
Well, how often do you see this one? The pinch hitter for the Angels right now is going to be last night's starting pitcher, C.J. Wilson.
CJ hit a little bit in college out of LMU, Loyola Marymount University. If I'm not mistaken, he ran around a little bit in center field then.
He squares around a bunt. He gets the bunt down, and this is going to be on the foul line. It just rolls foul, and Gerald Laird, as soon as it did roll foul, jumped on it.
Wilson can get down there pretty fast. Laird realized he doesn't have a play. He's just hoping that it rolls off that line. Come on, go, 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 go. Thank goodness.
By the way, in case you were wondering, the most at-bats he had in the game was 8. Back August 3rd, 1996. The Braves at the Dodgers.
Oh.
You were 1 for 8 with a double.
Sweet. How many strikeouts?
3.
Sweet.
18-inning loss.
Even better.
Mike Notaro, Larry Lancaster with both that information. See, they're paying attention for you.
I love that. That's great. That just brings back fond memories of my career.
Wilson pops it foul behind home plate. Now he's behind the count 0-2.
Well, this is where you get to validate all that talk. Yeah, well, you know, back in college, I could rip. I could hit the ball, man.
Really? You could hit?
Oh, yeah. I used to be able to. If I got at bats, boy, I'd absolutely tear it up here in the big leagues. All right, go grab yourself a bat. Go get you some right here, CJ.
Pulls it back. He did not offer on the bunt. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Dino Ebel still wants him to bunt. You see that? It looks like he went. That would look like, I would guess that he offered it that.
I would agree with you.
It doesn't matter what you and I think.
Throw back over to first base. Aybar does have a stolen base on the night. Stole a base back in the 5th inning.
Well, that was with Gattis behind the plate as well. Laird, much more experienced catcher.
Pitch gets by Laird, and going down a second is Aybar. So how do you like that?
I mean, that was right on cue. Just when I'm sitting here saying, well, Laird's a much more experienced catcher. This ball, you know, running away. Laird set up on the inner part. This thing just runs away, not able to get out there.
A pass ball is charged to Gerald Laird. So Aybar is now at second with nobody out. 2 balls and 2 strikes to C.J. Wilson. Takes the pitch up high, and now it's 3-2. And Laird's going to go out and speak with David Hale. David Hale, the 7th pitcher of the game for the Braves. By the way, it's almost Father's Day here on the East Coast.
I don't even have a response for that, Justin. I don't even know what to say.
3-2, and Wilson works the walk. C.J. Wilson, who is squaring around a bunt each time. Now, he may have gotten away with offering on one that they said he did not. But it's first and second, nobody out.
Well, this is where Chris Iannetta has to get the bunt down. And he's had a couple of situational at-bats where he wasn't able to be productive. Guy on third, infield in, wasn't able to get him in.
And that one hits Iannetta. Iannetta was hit by a pitch back in the third. Now gets hit by a pitch in the 13th. The bases are loaded, nobody out. And John McDonald is coming up.
This pitch just runs right in. I mean, it wasn't even close.
Here comes Roger McDowell out to speak with his pitcher, David Hale. You weren't sure that hit him, huh?
No, I couldn't really tell. I never got a real good view. Yeah, it looked like it got him in the stomach part. Oh, yeah.
Like right there. I've been hit. Bases loaded for McDonald. A sacrifice bunt and a walk. Infield is in. Nobody out. Top of the 13th. And the pitch is inside for ball one. Ibar led off with that bunt single. C.J. Wilson worked to walk. Iannetta hit by a pitch.
Well, you got the bases loaded. The Angels have to have a big inning. I mean, if they can't be satisfied with one run. I mean, it's proven to no avail previously in this ball game. Dino Ebel getting his money's worth tonight as manager of the Angels.
Two balls, no strikes to McDonald. Takes a strike, 2-1. The Angels are 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position. On the outside corner, 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. Bases loaded here in the 13th. Missing outside, now 3-2. McDonald trying to put the Angels on top here in the 13th. 3-2, pop up. Simmons racing back towards the outfield grass. Infield fly rule has been called, and he makes the play. First out, and now all of a sudden, here you have it, where David Hale can get an inning-ending double play. These are the guys still available for the Angels. Only two bench players really in Colin Cowgill and Hank Conger. Corey Rasmus is thrown out in the bullpen for the Angels.
Now, if you're Hale, look for something up and away. Ball's been running into right-handers. Will run away from the lefty. There we go.
Cole Calhoun fouls the first one away. No balls and 1 strike. Calhoun 1 for 5 on the night. A single and a walk. A couple of flyouts, a pop out, and a strikeout. Little flare to center field. Upton coming in. Slides, can't make the catch. Ibar comes in to score, and that'll be it for now. An RBI single by Cole Calhoun. 7-6 Angels on top, and the bases remain loaded for Mike Trout.
Well, he doesn't hit it extremely hard, but hits it into a good spot. This pitch down off of the plate. Upton coming in doing the backhand instead of laying out for it. The backhand, you don't get the full extension. If you dive forward, probably not going to be able to make the throw as Ibar was tagging at third, but a better chance of catching the ball.
1 out, bases loaded now for Trout. And he takes the first pitch for a strike.
Again, and this is where the Angels have had problems all night long. They haven't been able to cash in when they've had opportunities. They get the 1 run. Not to say that they're satisfied, but they don't do the crooked number thing. I mean,
outside 1-1.
Outside of the back-to-back home runs in the 6th, I mean, it's just been 1 run, 1 run, 1 run, and they've had opportunities to blow this thing open. Another one right here.
Outside with a fastball. 2 balls and a strike here to Trout. Rasmus thrown out there in the pen. Trout flares one down the first baseline. That is too far away for Freeman to make the play. So it showed you the Angels and who they had left on the bench. How about the Braves and who they have left on the bench? Well, no position players remain for Fredi Gonzalez. The pitcher's out there in the bullpen. Mike Minor, he's a scheduled starter for tomorrow. Harang pitched last night. We spoke to ERVIN Santana tonight in the 3rd inning. And now Trout hits one down the left field line. That'll score 2. Trout heading for second in with a 2-run double. And it's 9-6 Angels on top.
This pitch gets too much of the plate. Trout shoots it down left field. Easily in for the double. Well, the Angels put up a crooked number here.
Yep. You wanted that crooked number. You got the crooked number, and that's going to be it for David Hale. Fredi Gonzalez will go to the bullpen. 1 away here in the 13th. 3 runs in. It's 9-6 Angels. Happy Father's Day. Hope you guys are all enjoying this great day. Here we are now in the top of the 13th inning. Mike Trout 3 for 6, a home run, 4 RBIs. The Braves had an incredible comeback from a 4-run deficit in the 9th inning. Our 15th pitcher of the night is in the game. It's going to be Shea Simmons to face Albert Pujols with runners on at second and third. And the first pitch, breaking balls in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes.
He faced Pujols in a similar situation last night. Infield wasn't in, but Albert shot a ball into right field. 2 RBIs. Pulled the Angels within 1 run last night.
1-0, line past Simmons, and that's going to score 2. Trout will score easily, and the Angels have certainly put up the crooked number here in this 13th inning. 5 runs in the inning. And a 2-run single for Pujols, who now has 4 RBIs on the night.
That's pretty good. 8 RBIs between Trout and Pujols. Sing down the heart of the plate, the infield in, and Pujols just drives it past Simmons at short.
Hamilton up the middle. There's Simmons. Flips to Stella and over to first base in time for the 6-4-3 double play. But the damage has been done here in the 13th. 5-run deficit for the Braves as they go to the bottom half of the 13th inning. Score onto the screen as we go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Look at that, 5 runs in the top half of the inning. 11-6. The Angels now lead the Braves. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, a combined 6 for 12 with 8 RBIs, 2 home runs, and 2 doubles. That's some production out of your 2-3 hitters.
Yeah, they've done a great job tonight. They really have.
A new pitcher into the game here for the Angels. It is Corey Rasmus, who's 2-0 on the year, a 5.14 ERA. Just 7 innings, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. The Braves came back from a 4-run deficit in the 9th. And now they face a 5-run deficit in the 13th. It's 3-4-5. Freeman, Upton, and then Gerald Laird. Foul back, 0-1. B.J. Upton has gone from the GOAT to the hero to just another player here in this ball game. Outside, 1-1.
You know, I will say though, this game has had a lot of excitement, a lot of, you know, adrenaline-filled moments. You know, where this pitch right here could dictate the game. We've seen defensive play. We've seen good at-bats. We've seen good at-bats. So at the very least, you can say it's been an entertaining game.
Absolutely. Good pitch in their first strike, 1-2. Freeman had the game-tying RBI double back in the ninth inning to score B.J. Upton. Fastball is down low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul back. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Freeman trying to get on base to lead off this 13th inning. The Braves had an opportunity in the 11th.
Well, there's Dino Ebel right there. I mean, he has had to absolutely manage tonight. I mean, this isn't just that American League game where you don't have to make a lot of moves. He's had to manage a National League style game. 13 innings. Still has 2 players on his bench that he could use. I mean, he's done an outstanding job. He really has.
He's
put all
used
the
a
guys
pitcher to pinch hit.
Yeah, no, and it worked.
Three-2 pulled to first. There's Pujols. He calls off his pitcher, makes the play, 1 away.
Nice job by Albert getting over to that line. There's Dino again.
Come on, Chris.
Seriously, I think you got to get a few more nickels for today's work. This wasn't any just bench coach job. This was a stressful ton of decisions. 13 innings. We're still not finished.
Justin Upton. He's had a night to forget. 0 for 6, 3 strikeouts. He lined out to right to end the 10th on a phenomenal catch by Cole Calhoun. And he fouls the first pitch back. Well, it is officially Father's Day here on the East Coast. So in honor of Father's Day, we'd like to give credit to our production crew for tonight's game by giving thanks to all of our fathers. The father of tonight's producer is Alan Gowan. The father of tonight's director is Norm Lynch. The associate director, Gilbert Cepeda Jr. Our technical director is Andre Benazra. The technical producer is Gene Esposito. The broadcast associate is Alan Olson. My dad is Les Kutcher. EK, your dad?
George Karros. He's probably watching right now.
Mike, your dad? Joe Notaro. All of you out there, happy Father's Day. Thanks for everything you've done for us to help us get to where we are today. 2 balls and 1 strike. The count to Justin Upton here in the 13th. Rasmus behind in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. So you said your dad's probably watching right now?
Yeah, my guess is he's probably watching this.
My dad is probably watching this one right now too. Maybe they should give each other numbers and text and be like, man, your son's terrible. Yeah, my son is awful. Three-one, swung and a miss, 3-2.
That's the worst. As a hitter right there, you're in a 3-1 count. Your team's down 5 runs, and pitcher's out there dropping an off-speed pitch on you, 3-1.
(3-2) foul back out of play. Upton trying to make sure he's not 0 for 7 on the night. How long did you say that first Angels game you had this year went?
That was over 5 hours, I believe.
Okay.
I don't want to be quoted on that. I mean, it seemed like more than 5 too.
Nope, it was 4:53.
Well, with the internet hit after the game, it was 5.
Well, this game is now 4:55.
Sweet.
And it's the longest for both teams.
Sweet. I've got Angels next weekend too. I'm going to see if I can.
You and I both.
Yeah, that's great.
3 balls, 2 strikes here to Upton. Another foul ball. The good news for these two teams is that they're not playing a day game tomorrow.
Got a night ball game tomorrow. Guys will get their rest. Also for the Braves, the Nationals lost tonight, so they stay tied at the top of the division.
The Angels are chasing the A's. They're back 3.5 games. Upton to right field. Calhoun backs up a couple steps. 2 outs here in the 13th. The A's right now lead the Yankees 2-1 in the top of the 5th inning. Gerald Laird will now hit for the first time. Dan Uggla pinch ran for Evan Gattis in the 11th, was doubled off on the line out. So this is the first at bat for Laird tonight. Laird to right field. Calhoun goes over. He's there, and that'll do it. The Angels, who had a 5-1 lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning, have to go to 13, but they'll take this one by the score of 11-6. The winning score is Salas. The loser is Hale. It only took 4 hours and 57 minutes. We didn't even make 5. We'll return to Atlanta to wrap things up right after these messages from your local Fox station.